Chapter 1770. HSU Fengnian stopped chewing. Holding the remaining half of the cucumber, he said softly, Xie Shibian and the others are doing well, you don't have to worry. The Song family has become the leader of the local officials of the new Guangling Dao. The emperor of the Zhao family has specially summoned Song Marolin to the capital to become a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. The former Guangling Dao administrator Wang Xiongui has been able to return to the capital. The new Guangling Dao administrator Wang Xiongui is one of the favorite students of the old Gangnam-do, Yu Zhenkang. He is naturally close to the scholars of the Guangling Dao. Once he arrived at the Guangling Dao, he did not immediately go to the yamen to take up a post. Instead, he held a large banquet and called for hundreds of famous scholars of Jiangnan to chat. Additionally, he invited more than 20 Ji Shong from the Shangyin Academy. It can be said to be a rare literary event. Song Li, one of the main generals of the Guangling Dao, immediately married a woman from a powerful family of the Guangling Dao. All these signs indicate that Tai'an City does not wish for the Guangling Dao to have any more waves. Jiang Ni did not speak. HSU Fengnian turned his head to look. Looking at that beautiful face, he said softly, in this world, there are some things where no one is indispensable. Your luck has always been good, you are also within this usually. Jiang Ni said lightly, there is no need to comfort me. I have never felt that Westchu needs me that much. HSU Fengnian smiled and said, I am relieved that you can think this way. Jiang Ni suddenly asked, then what about Beiliang? Is it impossible without you? HSU Fengnian met her gaze and said seriously, of course it is impossible without me. Jiang Ni rolled her eyes. HSU Fengnian smiled and started eating the cucumber again. If Xu Xiao did not die, if my master Li Yishan was still alive, if Chen Zhibao was willing to assist me in becoming the king of Beimang, if the court did not restrict the northwest border, if the Murong and Yelu families of Beimang had internal strife, if the Beiliang frontier army was not 300,000 but 500,000. It is a pity that there are not so many IFS in the world, so I appear very important. Jiang Ni tilted her head. Are you complaining to me? HSU Fengnian rolled his eyes at her. I am not bitter. I am clearly showing off to you. Do you still remember? Back then, when I told you that I was such a talented martial arts genius, I only needed 2 or 3 years of practice to become invincible under the heavens. My life was as lonely as an avalanche. What did you think of me then? At that time and now? Jiang Ni did not refute with words, but showed a disdainful look as if he had stepped on dogshit and it was a big dogshit hole. HSU Fengnian raised his hand and threw the cucumber butt high, his face full of pride. I have taken 3 disciples. If there is a martial arts evaluation in Jianghu in the future, then Wang Sheng, Yu Delong, and Lu Yunchang will definitely be in the top 20. That little bastard Yu Delong is even expected to be the first. Jiang Ni said, Yu Delong? The child who was a scout in the Yuju cavalry? HSU Fengnian nodded. He did not expect that the power of Jiang Ni's next sentence was no different from a flying sword taking a head. Even I heard of the famous story of leaning against the wall on the Wudong mountain. He is really the most powerful person in the world. HSU Fengnian was stunned. Then Jiang Ni heard the master of leaning against the wall murmuring, clean up the family. Jiang Ni looked up at the Milky Way hanging in the sky. After going to Guangling Road with her uncle, she had always heard the people there call it the Guangling River in the sky. HSU Fengnian followed her to look at the river in the sky, murmuring, I heard that there are hundreds of thousands of mountains in Nanjiang. I heard that the snow in Liaodong is heavier than in the northwest. I heard that there is a butterfly spring in Nanjiao. Countless colorful butterflies are connected head to tail, hanging from the trees to the water. Jiang Ni listened to his murmuring and said softly, those places that make you yearn for, will you go to see them in the future? HSU Fengnian narrowed his eyes. Of course. Jiang Ni withdrew her gaze. Tomorrow I want to go to the Purple Void Temple on the top of the mountain to burn incense. HSU Fengnian wondered, pray for blessings and make a wish. Or ask for a lot from someone. Jiang Ni said unhappily, it's none of your business. HSU Fengnian dismissed it with a laugh. If I remember correctly, Tomorrow there will be Wudang Taoist Master Chen Yarrow personally interpreting the lot. No matter how late you sleep in, I can have the old Taoist immediately interpret the lot for you. Who told me to be Wudang Mountain's heavenly great pilgrim? How could they dare to neglect me? Jiang Ni was about to mock him when Hsu Fengnian spoke first. That year, Ng Tai gave me 12 pocket flying swords. Later, in those deadly battles with Han Shengxian, Wang Xianji, and Tuoba, many of them were destroyed and could no longer be assembled into a set. Later on, I had the Mohist master craftsman at the back of Mount Qingliang forge a new set of 9 swords, each of which is compatible with my different sword intents. The names of the 9 flying swords are Fengju, Yixin, Yiyu, Shujing, Lao Jiao, Maizu, Qiao Chu, Wild Fox, and Yang Ji. How about it? Doesn't it sound very interesting? Jiang Ni bluntly said, sour, really sour. Hsu Fengnian laughed loudly. After he restrained his smile, he reminded him softly, that's right, when you burn incense tomorrow, there are some trivial matters that I have to tell you first, so that you won't be a headless fly running around randomly. You don't need a lot of incense. You can't just buy a bunch to show your sincerity. 3 sticks of incense are enough. Moreover, the copper coins for the incense must be paid by the person making the wish and cannot be borrowed. In Wudang, there is a difference between burning incense in the temple and burning incense in the altar. The former pays particular attention to the fact that the incense does not exceed an inch, and the latter is best with sandalwood incense. Real pilgrims bring their own incense, unlike you who are cramming at the last minute. Oh, wrong, cramming at the feet of Zhenwu the great emperor. That seems even more wrong. After entering the Taoist temple, men on the left and women on the right. No matter if it is the stairs or the threshold, do not walk in the middle. When you make a wish, do not casually promise to provide for them in the future. This is the same principle in Taoist temples and temples. Whether it is a bodhisattva or a true immortal, they do not lack your incense. Also, burning incense in Wudang is said to be the most effective way to pray for peace and prosperity. Remember not to make a wish that is too big. In the future, if your wish comes true, don't forget to fulfill it. Listening to Xu Fengnian's tireless nagging, Jiang Ni's state of mind was peaceful, and there was even some warmth in his heart that made people feel warm. However, Hsu Fengnian did not let Jiang Ni down. His last sentence revealed his true colors of a fox. The most important thing is that it is also possible to make a wish on Wudang Mountain to give birth to a child early. Jiang Ni took a deep breath. She thought of the great Gung Horn under the moon swearing to kill Post. At the end, Jiang Ni swore to kill Hsu Fengnian. Hsu Fengnian looked at the scenery of her chest trembling when she breathed and said with a smile, little clay figurine, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Jiang Ni sneered. She was no longer the little clay figurine who always lost in bickering in the past. Now, she had a bit of the style of His Majesty the Emperor of West Chu. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. When the melodious morning bell of Wudang Mountain sounded at the same time. On the square outside of Wudang Mountain's main peak, Big Lotus Peak, stood hundreds of Wudang Taoist priests of various generations. Not only that, there were hundreds of pilgrims who either stayed here last night or climbed the mountain in the dark. Together, they practiced the fist technique that was said to be found by the previous chief Hong Shixiang from ancient books. It was round and smooth, fair and peaceful. There were 3 people leading the fist technique. The current chief of Wudang, Li Yufu, and his disciple, Yu Fu. There was also the king of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian, who wore a green robe and a jade pendant. A cool breeze blew gently. It was natural. The mountain was full of fog, immortal air, chivalrous air, and spiritual air. Jiang Ni, who had originally vowed to burn incense alone, secretly stood at the back of the square. She stood on her tiptoes and looked at the slender figure. Hearing the shameless whispers of many female pilgrims, she smiled and 2 dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks. After Jiang Ni finished practicing with Hsu Fengnian, she openly walked through the crowd. Under the eyes of everyone, especially those women, she blushed slightly and took his hand. He said last night that his martial arts practice began at Wudang Mountain. Then his Jianghu should also end at Wudang Mountain. Between the beginning and the end, and even after the beginning, there would be her. Chapter 1771. In the battle between the two countries, the spies died first. In the battle between the two countries, the scouts died first. In the battle of Liang Mang, the spies and scouts all died. In the second year of Liang Xiangfu, in the heat of the summer, the battle had not yet officially begun, but outside the northwest pass there was already an atmosphere of impending mountain rain. Unlike the spies on both sides of the border who were wandering around and watching each other, after the furious Empress of Beimang issued an order, groups of Beiliang crossbowmen and Beimang cavalry began to exchange lives with each other, almost fighting to the death when they saw each other. In a short period of 20 days, more than 40 battles, big and small, the Beiliang's White Horse crossbowmen had already suffered more than 800 casualties. Dong Zhuo's Black Crow cavalry and Liu Gui's Black Fox cavalry were the main force of Beimang's scouts, and they had lost more than 1,000 cavalry. As for the mixed cavalry from the southern dynasty's Longguan border army, they were even more numerous. In the world, probably only on this battlefield where yellow sand was flying could there be such extravagant large-scale battles between the enemy and their own side. It should be known that in the history of the Central Plains, there was no lack of records of a few hundred roving bandits being able to plunder several provinces, so much so that the capital was shaken. From this, it could be seen that whether it was the scouts at the front line, the light cavalry in the field, or the heavy cavalry used to make the final decision, Liang Mang had reached the peak of cavalry battle strength that would make later generations gasp in amazement. As the situation of the scouts on the border around Hutu City became more and more desperate, this also meant that their military strength was even greater than the previous Beimang army, and they were about to stake everything on one throw and move out in full force. When the time came, the grassland would be empty, and they would mobilize all their troops and horses to the south and kowtow to Liangzhu. Before autumn, a battle decided that most of the scouts on both sides of Liang Mang were unable to last until autumn. Yilu Chucai, the brother-in-law of the previous southern courtyard Great King Dong Zhuo, the commander of the Black Fox Bars, and Lin Fu, the trusted aide and favorite general of the great General Liu Gui, the commander of the Black Fox Bars, used 200 Qi-long pass horse bars to lure the enemy deep into the Dragon Eye Plains, with a total of 1,400 elite cavalry. They lured Sun Ji, one of the 3 captains of the Liangzhu White Horse crossbowmen, into charging alone into the hinterland of the Dragon Eye Plains, about 160 li north of the Hutu city. Captain Sun Ji died on the spot, while the other 3 captains died on the way to the rear. Only 120 crossbowmen managed to break out of the siege and retreated to the southern end of the Dragon Eye Plains. All of them were wounded, but they were still cut off by Lin Fu's 200 Black Fox Bars. At this time, the cavalry under Lin Fu's command was between more than 100 Beiliang crossbowmen and Hutu City. Behind him, the silhouette of the former most majestic city at the border of the Liang dynasty could be faintly seen. After Dong Zhuo broke into the city, he had climbed up the city wall and personally broken a flag with the word Shu. Lin Fu was wearing light armor and riding an extraordinarily handsome rouge horse. He was a remnant of the spring and autumn period who had personally experienced Liu Gui's journey to the north. Originally, Liu Gui had used his military exploits to become the main force of Liu Gui's army. Logically speaking, he didn't need to personally lead the army and participate in this scout battle. However, the Black Fox Bars were old generals' blood, sweat, and tears. Furthermore, Lin Fu, whose ancestors were from a prominent family in the central plains of Qing province, also had an old score to settle with the Shu family. Thus, he wanted to collect some interest first. Moreover, although there weren't many scouts on either side, it was obvious that the emperor and a large group of generals were all staring at the battle reports that were sent to the imperial court. Even his benefactor, Liu Gui, who had never had any unique experience as an official, had told him in private that Lin Fu had to perform well this time. Whether or not Lin Fu could advance further in the future, and whether or not he could turn from Liu Gui's trusted aide to an important official of the southern dynasty, depended on this battle. Previously, Lin Fu, who had chased after the stray dogs of Beiliang all the way to the south and didn't engage in close combat, had been very leisurely. He hadn't drawn his bow or drawn his saber. Therefore, the 200 Black Fox Bars beside him, who had been conserving their strength, were naturally more powerful than the wounded crossbowmen in front of him. In the end, they suddenly sped up and circled to the front of the Beiliang cavalry, looking very relaxed. The Beiliang cavalry was the best in the world, and the white horse crossbowmen were crowned the Liangliang cavalry. Sitting high on his horse, Lin Fu couldn't help but snort. It wasn't that he underestimated the strength of the Beiliang crossbowmen responsible for the direction of Hutu City, but as a generals, Lin Fu didn't think it was worth it to die in such a cowardly manner when the enemy had such a large disparity in numbers. At the same time, Lin Fu also felt that it wasn't enough to fight to his heart's content. There were 3 groups of cavalry outside of Liangzhou's pass. The veteran captain Sun Ji was in the middle, Wei Tamu was stationed at the border of Liangzhou's Liangyu region, where the 2 heavy cavalry groups of Beiliang had quietly exited the pass, and the new young captain Li Hanlin's 600 cavalry mainly roamed to the north of the Qingyuan military town in Liangzhou's west gate. This time, in order to take down all of Sun Ji's crossbowmen in one go, Lin Fu had no choice but to invite the royal descendant Yelu Chutsai's crowbars to participate in this hunt. He really didn't have any confidence in the useless horsebars trained by the nobles of Longguan in the south. They were practically a disgrace to the name of Beimang's horsebars. In a battle of equal numbers, they had no chance of victory against the Beiliang's white horse cavalry. No wonder they were laughed at by the Beiliang frontier army as donkey bars. Chapter 1772. One of the deputy captains glanced at the 100 or so Beiliang cavalry that were fighting and retreating at the same time. His eyes burned with desire. He patted his horse and came to Lin Fu's side. "General, what should we do next? We can't just give all our military merits to that outsider named Yelu, right? General, look, that guy named Sun Ji's head is hanging on the back of Dongzhu's brother-in-law's horse. Our brothers are all jealous. According to His Majesty's words, a crossbowman's head is very precious. If you add on the head of Wei Tamu or Li Hanlin, you can almost be made a marquis. Hey, General, are you really not tempted?" Lin Fu looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then gave an answer that greatly discouraged his deputy. "There's no rush. Let's waste some of the Beiliang cavalry's spirit. We'll continue to retreat. We just need to block their retreat." With this order, the Black Fox Guards followed the movements of the Beiliang crossbowmen and continued to retreat slowly, like a pack of wolves on the grasslands waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lin Fu had a keen intuition that had been nurtured by many years of war. Sun Ji, who had taken the bait and lost his life, was of course a big fish. However, there might not be only one big fish that took the bait. If he pulled the rod too early, the fishing line would break. Yelu Chutsai, who was leading the chase, suddenly tilted his head slightly and easily dodged a crossbow bolt. Behind him, the crow rider was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, but he still used his bow arm to deflect the bolt. This crow rider, who used to be a horse catcher, was furious. He whipped his horse and spun the lasso, accurately wrapping it around the neck of a white horse crossbowman at the back of the enemy cavalry. With a strong pull, he pulled the crossbowman off the horse. The Beiliang rider who fell heavily to the ground tried to stand up, but the crow rider had already bent down and slid his blade across the neck. Just as the head was about to fall into his hands, another crow rider extended his blade and stabbed the head. He brushed past the head and laughed loudly, skillfully hanging the head on the side of his saddle. The crow rider who had been riding earlier couldn't help but curse. However, when he lowered his head and saw the 4 or 5 heads on both sides of his saddle, he didn't care anymore. Yelu Chutsai grinned. The most valuable head of the Beiliang crossbowman was hanging on the side of his horse. After a long chase, it no longer looked like it was dripping with blood. The blood where the head had been severed had dried up. With a distance of about 50 paces, the arrows from both sides flew back and forth. Crow riders and Beiliang crossbowmen constantly fell off their horses after being shot. Most of them died from being shot in the face. However, after dying in battle, all of the Beiliang cavalry had their heads chopped off. There were even some Beimang horsemen in the rear who didn't gain much battle merit who would vent their anger by shooting a few arrows at the headless corpses. Otherwise, they would directly drive their horses over the corpses on the ground. Crow riders and Longguan scouts, who had the absolute advantage, slowed down and sped up through tacit understanding. They constantly rotated. Many of the horsemen roamed around the Beiliang crossbowmen's flanks and shot at them. Some of the horsemen even waved their blades and shouted loudly, showing off their might. In particular, when someone used the fancy method of hiding in the belly of a horse to avoid the Beiliang crossbowmen's arrows, it even drew the strange cries of a large group of horsemen. Their momentum was like a rainbow. Yelu Chutsai suddenly felt a bit dispirited, because the number of Beiliang crossbowmen decreased as he killed more and more. There were less than 100 of them left. More importantly, the two groups of people in charge of breaking out of the enemy's encirclement and bringing up the rear, these two groups of cavalry who would definitely die in front of their fellow soldiers, seemed to always be the most important figures among the crossbowmen. From Lieutenant Sun Ji to the 3 senior captains and several deputy captains, to the few remaining crossbowmen's captains, they were all like this. Yelu Chutsai narrowed his eyes as he looked at these elite soldiers of the Beiliang frontier army who, from beginning to end, had fought silently and died silently. A wave of anger rose in his chest for no reason. This valiant general who had participated in the first battle of Liang Mang's Great War had a gloomy expression. He squeezed his horse's belly and charged forward, quickly passing by a few crows' fences. In an instant, the distance between the enemy and his war horses was shortened to less than 10 paces. The crossbowman who turned his head and saw this scene silently threw away his light crossbow and pulled out his cold blade. Blood flowed from his arm. Before he could kill the enemy, the blade in his hand was already dyed red. The large rouge horse under Yelu Chutsai was already running neck and neck with the enemy. Without waiting for the crossbowman to swing his blade, Yelu Chutsai viciously sliced off the head of the crossbowman. With a flick of his wrist, the head was lifted high into the air. Then, it was shot through by an arrow from a crow-riding soldier with sharp eyes. The head that rolled on the ground was then stabbed by a soldier behind Beimang with his blade, becoming a battle achievement. The scouts of both sides were running all over the long border. For a cavalry of more than 1,000 to move without anyone noticing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only the elite cavalry under Dongzhu's command, like the crow-riding soldiers, could move hundreds of cavalry without making a sound. More accurately speaking, they had enough strength to clear out all the nearby spies. Not only did they win the battle of contact, they also had to completely cut off the small groups of crossbowmen's transmission of military intelligence, causing them to be paralyzed on the battlefield. If one looked down from the sky at the southern end of the Longyang Plains, the two cavalry forces were like a moving carpet. It was just that on the carpet, there was blood constantly sputtering. Chapter 1773. Sun Ji's white horse crossbowmen, who had been invincible outside the pass for more than 10 years, were now left with only 60 or so riders. Blocking the path ahead were 200 black fox bars under Lin Fu's command. For some reason, there were also 200 black fox bars further away that had yet to show their faces. They were merely moving about in a concealed manner. Chasing behind them were 300 crow lanzi and 400 Longguan horse lanzi. This was actually all the Beimang border horse lanzi had. Of course, if the second and third-rate Beimang horse lanzi were included, the overall strength could be doubled. 20 years ago, Northern Liang border army's crossbowmen numbered more than 2,600 cavalry. After this battle, if Sun Ji's troops were completely wiped out, then only Li Hanlin and Wei Yitemu, these two officers, would be left with just over 1,000 cavalry troops. Suddenly, just as Lin Fu's Black Fox Lanzi had unknowingly arrived at the edge of the Longyang Plains, the 60 or so white horse crossbowmen all turned their horses around. They did not continue to try to break out of the encirclement, but turned their backs to Hutu City, to Liangju, and to Beiliang. When the Beiliang crossbowmen collectively made this inconceivable movement, Yelu Chutsai, although realizing that something was wrong, did not stop his attack at all. He took the lead and charged over. In his view, even if something unexpected happened, as long as he could swallow up these remnants, there was nothing wrong with it. Brother-in-law Dongzhu had a catchphrase, saying that the good things in the world were only truly good things when they were in one's pocket. Otherwise, no matter how good something was, as long as it was not in one's hands, it was useless. In a close-distance cavalry battle, the Liangmang cavalry all drew their blades in tacit understanding. At this time, 2 bugle horns sounded from different places, vigorous and solemn. It was as if they were paying tribute to the dead, to the comrades who had lost their heads. In a battle of scouts, the bugle horn should not have appeared on the battlefield. Lin Fu and Yelu Chutsai, the two commanders of the Horselanzi, followed the sudden bugle horn and looked in different directions. Lin Fu looked into the distance to the right, where a cavalry troop covered in blood was charging over. A tall and sturdy Beiliang cavalry general raised the head of a Beimang Horselanzi, roaring angrily, "Beiliang crossbowman Wei Mushing is here. The 200 Black Fox Lanzi are all dead." Meanwhile, in Yelu Chutsai's line of sight, a cavalry troop numbering around 500 solemn, breaking through the yellow sand and dust, galloping over. The cavalry general in the lead silently said, "Sun Ji, Commander, I, Lin Hanlin, will wipe out the Crow Lanzi." The riders at his side were all comrades who had slaughtered their way into Southern Dynasty's Gentleman's Pavilion military town, uprooting countless northern Mang beacons along the way, Zhongpuzi Lu Do, Li Shiyu, Fang Hutu. At this moment, Lin Fu and Yelu Chutsai understood that even without mentioning the Longguan scouts, just their Crow Lanzi and Black Fox Lanzi, even if they encountered other large-scale Beiliang cavalry, even if there were tens of thousands of Beiliang light cavalry troops, the two Horse Lanzi would still be able to safely retreat. Unfortunately, they encountered those two White Horse crossbowmen, unable to escape, unable to retreat. Yelu Chutsai turned his head to look at the strange Horse Lanzi mixed in with the cavalry on his side. They did not carry bows or sabers, and did not even wear armor. During the pursuit of Sun Ji's crossbowmen, they did not make a move at all. It was because they were martial artists from one of the 5 great sects of Beimang, Ti Bingshan's son-in-law, his brother-in-law, Dong Zhuo, his personal retainers. This group of hidden Jianghu experts was also the reason he dared to lead his troops near Hutu city. Yelu Chutsai originally did not want these Jianghu people to participate in the battle, but now it seemed that if they did not participate, his brother-in-law's Crow Lanzi would definitely suffer a great loss. Without needing to communicate, Lin Fu led the 200 Black Fox Lanzi to meet Wei Mushing's White Horse crossbowmen, while Yelu Chutsai led his troops to meet Li Hanlin's 500 cavalry crossbowmen. The 400 Long Pass scouts were responsible for taking care of the remaining 60 cavalry of Sun Ji's troops, and then reinforcing the Black Fox Lanzi who were temporarily at a disadvantage. Once one of the main forces of Liangju arrived and entered the battlefield, Beimang's 3 Horse Lanzi would of course risk great losses to quickly retreat. But right now, in this type of close battle, even if they knew that the 3 White Horse crossbowmen had created a dangerous situation, Lin Fu and Yelu Chutsai were still unwilling to retreat. Lin Fu led the 200 Black Fox Lanzi to meet Wei Mushing's crossbowmen head-on, while glancing back at Hutu city. Lin Fu was waiting to see. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, unaware of the slingshot below. Now, it was time to see who would have the last laugh. If nothing unexpected happened, today's battle, one side of the border scouts would definitely die at the border. Chapter 1774. Lin Fu's benefactor, Liu Gui, as one of the 4 leading generals in the Second Battle of Liang Mang, stationed his troops outside Gourdmouth in Yuju, far away from the battlefield in Liangju, in order to prevent the same mistake from happening again. Therefore, he could not solve the thirst outside Liangju Pass. The reason why Lin Fu dragged Yelu Chutsai's Black Crowbar into this hunt was because firstly, he wanted to wrap dumplings and eat Sun Ji's crossbowmen. Secondly, Lin Fu was ambitious. He purposely gave the military merit to Yelu Chutsai in order to make friends with Dong Zhuo, who had just resigned as the king of the southern courtyard. He also wanted to persuade Fatty Dong, who would not act unless he saw a rabbit, to mobilize 8,000 of the Dong family's private cavalry to follow behind the horse bars from afar. This was to deal with the field light cavalry outside Liangju Pass that might quickly enter the Longyang Plains, such as Liu Ya and Fuling's cavalry troops behind Hutu city, so that they could report back to the king before the battle began. This was why Lin Fu had no choice but to hand over the head of Beiliang's Sun Ji with both hands in the previous battle. His Black Crowbar was like a spectator from the beginning to the end. Dong Zhuo once laughed and asked Lin Fu if he was not afraid that all his efforts would be in vain. After all his efforts would go to his brother-in-law's military merit in the end. Lin Fu did not mince his words. Since both sides of Liang Mang wanted to wipe out the enemy's scouts in one fell swoop, completely blinding the enemy, Lin Fu believed in his own intuition. He believed that the Liangju border army, whose resources were not as deep as his own, would definitely not allow several hundred crossbowmen to die in front of their eyes. Once the main force of Beiliang's cavalry entered the battlefield, the military merit would be enormous. However, Lin Fu felt that it was a pity. Only Dong Zhuo was willing to accompany him to the gambling table. But when he went to see Commandant Murong Baoding and the commander of the Ruran cavalry, Hong Jingyan, in an attempt to persuade them to join him in this grand hunt that had a high chance of triggering the Great Battle of Liangmang, to his surprise, Murong Baoding, who was in charge of attacking Liangzhou's defensive line alongside Dong Zhuo, actually scoffed. Hong Jingyan, on the other hand, was hesitant. In the end, the Ruran cavalry was temporarily under Murong Baoding's command. Without a military order, the Ruran cavalry could not be mobilized on their own accord. As the Black Fox Guards and the White Horse crossbowmen drew closer and closer, Lin Fu suddenly saw a comical sight. Beside Lieutenant Wei Musheng's horse was a child who could barely be called a youth. Riding on a large horse, he looked like a large horse carrying a small piece of charcoal. The child was not wearing the Beiliang standard light armor of the crossbowman. Instead of a sword, he carried a cold saber on his back. It looked very absurd. Of course, Lin Fu did not believe that the Beiliang cavalry was lacking in soldiers to such an extent. This was because in the first great battle of Liangmang, it was said that a young rider had followed the king of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian, to battle outside gourd mouth of Yuju. He killed people like scything wheat, using his 2 fists to kill 100 people. Lin Fu suddenly understood. It was no wonder that not a single person from the Black Fox Guards had survived to report back. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they had been killed by this person. Lin Fu did not dare to lower his guard in the slightest. As if he was facing a great enemy, he intentionally or unintentionally avoided the saber-carrying child in his charge. On Yelu Chutsai's side of the battlefield, a group of 50 or so Taibing Mountain Wufu led the charge and killed the crossbowman Lieutenant Li Hanlin in one fell swoop. Li Hanlin did not change his route and continued forward in a straight line. In the past, the young man who was cursed together with His Royal Highness, Yang Chiji, and Kong Wuchi as one of the 4 evils of Beiliang, the one who thought that he would spend the rest of his life fooling around among the flowers. His face was still as handsome as ever, but it was no longer sickly white. Instead, it was slightly tanned and angular. In these 3 years, he had risen from the lowest level of crossbowman outside Liangju Pass, to squad leader, squad leader, squad leader, vice captain, and commandant. Step by step, he had become the lieutenant of today, the commander of the world's most invincible 800 White Horse crossbowmen. His fellow soldiers, his old squad leaders, and commandants had all died in battle before the eyes of this young man whose father was the Beiliang prefect of Taoism. The only familiar faces who had joined the army at the beginning were Lu Dou, Li Shiyu, and Fang Hutu. Li Hanlin remembered the first time he met Brother Nyan, who had returned from Liangjiang Lake to Mount Qingliang. At that time, Li Hanlin was still very much looking forward to Jianghu. He listened to Hsu Fengnian talk about the anecdotes of the Wulin world, about the strength of heroes, the charm of fairies, and the style of grandmasters. Li Hanlin considered the fact that he had never experienced Jianghu as his greatest regret. Later, he left the rich Lingju in Jiangnan and came alone to the unfamiliar Liangju Pass. As far as his eyes could see, there were only military forts, yellow sand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the boiling hot Gobi Desert, the stubborn vegetation that was hard to see, and the unbearably smelly horse dung. Beside him, there were only 3 things he could rely on. Li Hanlin exhaled heavily. Lu Dou. The heavy-eyed Lu Dou nodded. Expressionlessly, he led the charge out of the cavalry formation. At the same time, a rider followed him out on a fast horse. It was a young female swordsman who did not fit in with this group of White Horse crossbowmen. She was full of heroic spirit, the type of girl whose beauty was not too outstanding, but could still make people's eyes light up. The young girl carried many swords on her back. Ever since she became the personal retainer of Captain Li Hanlin, she naturally attracted a lot of attention. But when they heard that she was the eldest disciple of the prince, none of the White Horse crossbowmen dared to joke around. No one dared to call her the nickname Sword Girl. Some of the younger crossbowmen were even somewhat disheartened. The young female swordsman called Wang Sheng turned her head and glanced at Li Hanlin. Li Hanlin responded with a smile. His eyes indicated that he would not forget her master's warning. After the old woman of Beimang declared that she would exterminate all the crossbowmen of Beiliang, and especially after it was rumored that she had specifically mentioned his name, Li Hanlin, in front of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, HSU Fengnian very quickly had Wang Sheng enter the crossbowmen as a temporary scout. He also sent a message to Li Hanlin. That message had nothing to do with heroic words, nothing to do with soul-stirring emotions. Do not die so easily. The meaning of these words was that he, Li Hanlin, could die when he needed to, but he had to die a worthy death. Li Hanlin did not feel that there was anything wrong with these words. On the contrary, as a crossbowman captain who was used to a military life and had seen many deaths, he felt that only such words were worthy of their 20 years of brotherly love. Sun Ji, I, Li Hanlin, will collect your corpse today. If I die, brother Nyan, there is no need to trouble you to collect my corpse. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Liang Mang used their own scouts as bait. Yuan Nanting led 10,000 white feather guards and Qidang led 6,000 iron stupers. Based on the strategy of the Huayang Pass, they entered the battlefield of the Dragon Eye one after the other. The 8,000 Dongzhi were elite cavalry and the 6,000 Ruran cavalry of Hong Jingyan, who had changed his mind for some reason, also entered the battlefield one after the other. This encounter, which had been planned by both sides long ago and was full of variables, happened so abruptly that no one was prepared for it. Murong Bading's army could not send reinforcements in time. The Beiliang cavalry of Liuya and Fuling were also unable to send reinforcements. In the dilapidated Hutu city, the brand new Shu flag on the city wall flapped in the wind. The summer grass that had spent a spring in the cracks of the city was still green, but the autumn wind did not arrive and did not wither. Chapter 1775. The carpet that previously seemed to have been laid out on a desert of yellow sand seemed to have been pulled up into a satin, only, there was still blood splashing out. Every dog has its day. Right now, it was the white horse crossbowman chasing Beimang horse bars. A Longguan scout with cracked lips could already clearly feel the exhaustion of the horse beneath him. Around him were his sorry-looking comrades who had their backs to Beiliang's Tiger Head city. Even further ahead were the Crow and Black Fox elite cavalry that had pulled some distance away from them. Great General Liu Gui's trusted aide and favorite General Lin Fu and Dongzhi's brother-in-law Yelu Chucai were both on their way north. The former had a ghastly bloody wound on his face during the battle, his skin and flesh lacerated. The latter wasn't much better off. 4 or 5 crossbow arrows pierced through his armor but didn't fall, making him look like a hedgehog. His entire body was covered in blood. It seemed like his muscles and bones had been injured. This Longguan A-ranked generals couldn't understand how they ended up becoming the prey of the Beiliang crossbowmen. As a top-level scout at the border, it wasn't that he couldn't tell that the Crow and Black Fox troops weren't that weak. If they were willing to fight to the death and not retreat, they still had a chance to fight to the death against the 2 groups of Beiliang crossbowmen. However, those generals with real authority and the imperial relative surnamed Yelu chose to retreat. That was why when he was shot in the neck by a crossbow arrow and fell off the back of his horse, he seemed to have thought it through. Perhaps it was because those 2 people's lives were too valuable. Compared to the tyrannical actions of the Beimang scouts when they chased down Sun Ji's crossbowmen, such as bending down to cut off heads, riding horses to trample on headless corpses, or using the corpses on the ground as targets, Li Hanlin and Wei Musheng's crossbowmen similarly chased down without hesitation. If a Beimang scout dismounted from his horse, regardless of official status, the nearby crossbowmen would all raise their arms and point their crossbows downwards, accurately adding a crossbow arrow to ensure the death of the scout. Lu Do, who had astonishing martial prowess, led 100 mounted crossbowmen and was responsible for patrolling the left flank of Beimang's defeated army to prevent their formation from dispersing, which would be detrimental to their side's victory. On the right flank, there were only 2 riders keeping watch, but their deterrence to Beimang's cavalry was no less than that of Liangzhou's 100 cavalry. These 2 riders were the female swordsman Wang Sheng and the scout sergeant Yu Delong, who had previously followed Yu Luandao to Liangzhou's pass. Not only did Wang Sheng carry as many as 6 swords on her back, she also used a rope to tie up 4 famous swords that her master had helped her take from the city wall of Wu Wu City. She had a strange habit towards Jianghu masters who did not use swords, such as Yu Delong and Lu Yunzhong, the saber Dao champion, as well as Go Yufang, who was known to be invincible along with Yu Delong. Wang Sheng was never willing to exchange pointers with them. Even if they met by chance and were close at hand, she was never willing to use her sword. Wang Sheng defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dongyu sword pool's Shan Baoyi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu story. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dongyu sword pool's Shan Baoyi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu legend. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. She had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dongyu sword pool's Shan Baoyi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu legend. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. She had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dongyu sword pool's Shan Baoyi, who had forged a sword for herself and had no other sword. Wang Sheng's master was never known for his unparalleled swordsmanship. Later generations remembered Hsu Fengnian because of the female sword Saint Wang Sheng. At this time, Yu Delong secretly turned his head to look at the girl. He originally thought that she would not be used to fighting on the battlefield. Previously, he only knew that she had once accompanied White Fox Face, who had a deep relationship with his master. The two of them traveled together in Beimang. He only knew that her swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. The girl's clothes were stained with blood. As she spurred her horse forward, her hands pressed on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Her hands were stained with blood. She raised her head and looked forward. Her hair gently fluttered in the wind. She was in high spirits. His master had told him in private that as long as one was a girl, there was no girl who did not like rouge and face powder. The reason why Yu Delong asked his master for the reward money for his military exploits, other than sending it to Auntie Pei to repair the small courtyard, was that he wanted to secretly save some money. However, Yu Delong was still young. He felt that even if he bought those feminine things, he might not be able to give them away. What do you mean by extreme love for the sword? My life is devoted to the sword. In the next 100 years, he would be honored as the most powerful man in the world. He did not use weapons his entire life. He defeated all the heroes in the world except for Go Yufang with his bare hands. It was said that he did not have a girl he liked, but year after year, he would personally buy a few boxes of rouge. In the end, he would pile them up in a house like a mountain. Many years later, an old man who had lived for nearly 2 decades opened the door of the house. The old man with snow-white hair and brows sat alone on the threshold. He looked back and seemed to see a dark-skinned girl with her hands behind her back, picking and choosing in front of the Rouge Mountain. Wei Musheng, who was bathed in blood, rode his horse to Li Hanlin's side. He said in a hoarse voice, "Captain Li, these barbarians are unwilling to fight with all their might. Something is not right. Crow Lanzi and us crossbowmen are sworn enemies. They have never been soft-hearted. It seems like they have a backup plan like us. Be careful of ambushes." Li Hanlin casually spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his head to look at the sky. He then nodded and said in a low voice, "Captain Wei, your troops have suffered heavy casualties. Leave the pursuit to us for the time being. If you can take the opportunity to change horses, then change horses. There is no need to worry about wasting time. Once you encounter a large group of Beimang cavalry, you will need to stall for time. You must hold on until Yuan Nanting's White Featherlight cavalry arrives on the battlefield." According to previous intelligence reports, I believe that with the current deployment of Baimang's Dongzhuo and Murong Baoding, they will not be able to transfer too many cavalry troops to deal with this battle. We still have Chidang's Iron Stupa. When the time comes, whether we fight or retreat, we will have room to maneuver. Chapter 1776. After pondering for a moment, Wei Mushing said with a murderous look, Dongzhuo, that bastard, is determined to compete with our Yuju army with infantrymen after all. The number of cavalrymen under this fatty's command is small. With General Yuan Nanting and General Qi Dangua supporting us, even if there are some unexpected changes, we will still be in an invincible position. We can fight this battle with all our might. Li Hanlin revealed a bitter smile. Wei Mushing hesitated for a second before saying, now that we want to lure the snake out of its hole, Baimang barbarians are not all idiots. At that time, Sun Ji proposed that we three draw lots. Whoever gets the first one will be the bait. To be honest, when Sun Ji got the first one, I felt lucky. It's not that I, Wei Mushing, was afraid that my 500 to 600 brothers would die with me. Captain Li, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Old Wei's heart is actually clear. You were the one who suggested this plan to the Protectorate Manor, and you were the one who wanted to be the bait the most. No one can be blamed but you. If Sun Ji wants to blame someone, he can only blame his bad luck and his blindness for having such a disloyal brother like me. Li Hanlin shook his head and raised his arm to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Sun Ji was the one who suggested the drawing of lots. He also prepared the objects for the drawing of lots himself. In the end, Sun Ji was the first to draw the lot. Lieutenant Wei, do you really not understand? Wei Mushing stared blankly for a moment before he smiled sadly. What a good general Sun Ji. What a good general Sun Mingho. He fought countless fierce battles in his life, but he didn't even get injured that many times. So in the end, he just returned his good fortune to the heavens. Li Hanlin wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. In the end, he didn't say it out. Sun Ji and Wei Mushing were from the same hometown of Yanji Prefecture in Yuju. When they were young, they looked down on the local Yuju infantry and joined the Liangju border army together. They were both once low-level soldiers in the Torch Battalion, the predecessor of Beiliang's crossbowmen, and were highly valued by Hu Kuei. Later on, the two brothers' advancement was roughly the same. Eventually, they both became crossbowmen captains and became the two most glorious captains among the dozens of captains in the Beiliang frontier army. However, when one of them became a captain, there was a conflict between the two brothers, Chen Zhibao, the protector general of Beiliang, and Zhong Hongwu, the cavalry commander. After all, the captains of crossbowmen were an official position that the Beiliang frontier army would not change even if it was called the general of the three provinces. It was not simply a special position that could be explained by the words high official and generous salary. In the end, Sun Ji, who had the backing of the old Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu, was the first to become a captain. When Zhong Hongwu had yet to retire in a fit of anger, his power in the frontier army was at its peak. As a result, Wei Mushing, who had a slightly better military exploits, continued to hold the position of captain for 2 more years. As a result, one of the two brothers went to his hometown in Yuju to celebrate the new year while the other stayed in the frontier army. After Li Hanlin had drawn lots at Fuling military town, he and Sun Ji walked together on the street. The two people who were not familiar with each other did not talk much. Sun Ji had always been a ruffian in the Beiliang frontier army, but he was also popular. He dared to throw a tantrum at General Xu Xiao and ask for horses and money, and also dared to joke around with veteran generals like Yang Wenwan and He Zhonghu. Even Liu Jianyu of Hutu City was willing to call Sun Ji his brother. In contrast, the taciturn Wei Mushing was much inferior, especially after his backer Chen Zhibao betrayed Beiliang in the past. As for Li Hanlin, the son of Administrator Li Gongda, his meteoric rise to become a crossbowman captain, many of the generals of the frontier army speculated that ultimately, it was because the new Liang prince was not at ease with the White Horse crossbowmen in Beiliang. During the conversation on the street of Fuling military town, Li Hanlin had told Sun Ji why he had become a crossbowman in the frontier army. He was very open and honest, and Sun Ji did not feel that it was a matter of 300 taels of silver being hidden here. Sun Ji talked about Hu Kuei and Zhong Hongwu, these two important people in the officialdom. He also talked about his old brother Wei Mushing, who was gradually drifting away. He talked about the old and new Liang princes, and he talked about Liu Jianyu, who had died in battle at Hutu City and whose corpse had been exchanged by Hsu Fengnian for the heads of Yang Yuanzan and several others. In the end, Sun Ji said something that was very appropriate for the hot summer. He made fun of Li Hanlin, the son of one of the few officials in Beiliang. He said that in the summer, the wealthy people of Lingju not only had resorts to avoid the heat, they could also enjoy quite a few luxurious foods to avoid the heat. He said that in the early years of his life, he had always had a dream, which was that in the future, when he could no longer fight, he would bring his family to Lingju to retire. When that time came, he would definitely let Li Hanlin, this rich person, do the honors of being a host. At the time, Li Hanlin did not know what to say. He could only smile and say that in the summer, every rich person in Lingju would have a food called immortal grass. It was a local thing that was sent from the distant Nanjiang Road to Lingju in Beiliang. After it was ground, it was added with ice and made into a large bowl of cold jelly. With one bite, it was truly cool like an immortal. At the time, Sun Ji was walking on the street in armor. Under the scorching sun, the stocky middle-aged man was sweating profusely. He closed his eyes and smacked his lips. With a brilliant smile on his face, he muttered that in the future, his most beloved daughter would definitely be able to eat that thing every year. Before Li Hanlin parted ways with Wei Mushing, he said without any reason, "Lieutenant Wei, I've long heard that you and your old brother Sun Ji have been competing for your whole life. From the time you fought in the military and became an official, to the time you married a wife, and in the end, you didn't even miss out on having a few children. Is that true?" Wei Mushing was ashamed and resentful as he said, "Sun Ji is a lucky guy. He gave birth to 3 sons in one go. Last year, his family had another little daughter. Old Wei, my wife's belly was disappointing. She only gave birth to daughters for old Wei. Up until now, there hasn't been a single child. I've never lost to Sun Ji in anything in my life. Only this matter, I have no choice but to accept it." Li Hanlin smiled and said, "Old brother Wei, if you don't blame me for being meddlesome, then I'll have to say a few more words. If sister-in-law gives birth to a son for you in the future, why don't you arrange a child marriage with Sun Ji's youngest daughter? A girl 3 years older than your son is a golden brick. Don't despise the girl for being older than your son. Knowing how to dote on others is better than anything else." The burly man who was called Old Brother Wei by Li Hanlin and not Lieutenant Wei was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. In the end, Wei Mushing laughed loudly and said, "This matter, I think it's fine. Later on, if I don't die on the battlefield, I'll personally ask Sun Ji. If that old fellow doesn't say anything, then I'll take it that he agrees to this child marriage. He was already dead, how could he open his mouth to speak? In that case, this impromptu betrothal was most likely set in stone." In the second year of Xiangfu, the Great Summer, Beiliang's white horse crossbowman Lieutenant Sun Ji and Wei Mushing successively died in battle on the Longyang Plains outside the border. On this day, Beimang's Yelu Hongcai also died in battle. Old Liang's Prince Xu Xiao's adopted son, Qi Dang, also died in battle. And that seemingly inconspicuous child marriage on the battlefield of the border where iron hooves were like thunder did not happen in the end. Chapter 1777. Beimang's various horse bars that belonged to different factions had already been routed to the previously set up ambush. Ballista Colonel Sun Ji had died in battle here. The white horse ballista soldiers chased after them like a hot knife through butter. Their casualties were extremely low. Occasionally, a rider would be injured by an arrow and unable to continue fighting. They would dismount and search for the headless corpses of their fellow soldiers who had died in the retreat and place them on the back of their horses. Along the way, many of the Beimang horse bars' ownerless mounts paced back and forth around the corpses lying in pools of blood on the ground. From time to time, they would lower their heads to lightly touch the corpses in an attempt to wake up the Beiliang Frontier Army soldiers who had fallen off their horses after being shot down by the Beimang cavalry. Meanwhile, most of these war horses had 1 or 2 heads of Sun Ji's ballista soldiers hanging near their saddles. Li Hanlin and Wei Musheng's 2 wounded ballista soldiers silently turned around and headed south. Along the way, they collected the corpses and retrieved the heads. They continuously gathered up the lonely Beiliang war horses that were scattered all over the place. If there were war horses that were still breathing, the ballista soldiers wouldn't ignore them either. They would squat down and pat their heads, and then quickly stab their blades into the horses' necks to give them a quick death. The Beiliang Frontier Army Iron Cavalry. Almost everyone believed that the war horses that they viewed as their wives in this life would definitely be reincarnated as humans in the next life and become part of the Beiliang Frontier Army like them. They would be able to fight side by side again. In operas, it was always said that a jar cannot escape breaking by the well, and a general will not leave the battlefield until he dies. However, no matter how soul-stirring an opera was, it would never be able to express the sorrow of the battle on the battlefield. Crow Ballista Commander Yelu Chutsai and Black Fox Ballista Commander Lin Fu rode side by side. Behind the two, there were no longer any Longguan scouts in sight. Most of the ballista soldiers had already died under the ballista and cold blades of the White Horse ballista soldiers. Lin Fu, who had a bloody groove on his face, was gasping for air. Every time he breathed, he would pull at the wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Yelu Chutsai casually broke a crossbow bolt that was nailed into his shoulder. Looking back, he saw that all of the Longguan ballista soldiers had fallen on the Longyang plains. Crow and Black Fox ballista's fighting strength was also less than 40%. Yelu Chutsai suddenly frowned. Why are the ballista soldiers behind us slowing down their horses? Could it be that Li and Wei Musheng have begun to realize our intentions? As long as they advance another 30 miles to the north, my brother-in-law's 8,000 cavalry will be able to form an encirclement. Lin Fu, this time, whether or not we can wipe out Beiliang's 3 ballista soldiers will depend on whether or not the Beiliang is willing to let us continue the 30-li journey. Do you have any ideas? Lin Fu endured the pain and laughed. How could I not have any ideas? Just kill them. It depends on whether or not you, Yelu Chutsai, are willing to pay the price. Although Yelu Chutsai had always been scolded by Dong Zhuo as an idiot, he was, after all, an experienced commander. But Lin Fu didn't want to expose him, so he still had a compassionate heart. Yelu Chutsai took a deep breath and made a hand gesture, summoning one of the Crow ballista soldiers. Without needing Yelu Chutsai to say anything, the valiant lieutenant who had fought alongside Dong Zhuo since his youth grinned at Yelu Chutsai. He didn't say anything and simply nodded. He turned his horse around and shouted a few words. Then, he led the 80 or so elite Crow ballista soldiers to slow down and quickly fell behind. At the same time, Lin Fu's Black Fox ballista soldiers also did the same. Both sides were determined to completely cut off the pursuit of the ballista soldiers. When Li Hanlin's men, who were in charge of the pursuit, slowed down, Wei Musheng immediately rushed to Li Hanlin's side. With a hint of condemnation, he asked anxiously, "Lieutenant Li, if your men are tired and unable to pursue, just let me know in advance and let my men kill the enemy instead. Why did you let the enemy escape?" Li Hanlin stared at the signs of the Northern Mang horse bars. When he saw the movements of the 140 Northern Mang barbarians' elite cavalry, he raised the war blade in his hand and pointed forward. With a sunken voice, he said, "From the looks of it, it has already been confirmed that there is an ambush in Northern Mang. Moreover, the enemy's cavalry army definitely isn't too far away. Otherwise, Crowbar and Black Fox Bar wouldn't have sent those 100 or so cavalry to their deaths on purpose. Old brother Wei, your troops still shouldn't make a move. Continue to preserve your strength. The real battle to the death is yet to come. Yuan Nanting's White Feather Light Cavalry will arrive soon. I'd like to see who will eat who." The reason Northern Mang headed south was to pass through Northern Liang and annex the Central Plains. Every single one of Northern Mang's soldiers fought with their lives on the line for military merits and rewards. Our Beiliang, on the other hand, was fighting for fewer deaths. It was different. Wei Musheng followed the direction of Li Hanlin's sword and indeed saw the 100 or so Beimang elites blocking the rear. It looked like they were trying to buy time for their commanders to escape the battlefield. Li Hanlin's face was suddenly filled with hostility. "It's not hard for you to die. 10th month Li, Tiger Head Fang, Each lead 100 riders and charge with me. This time, there's no need to conserve your strength. Just focus on killing." In the distance, Ludo shouted, "Count me in." Both sides had used up most of their crossbows and arrows, so they could only fight with their sabers. Baemang Ballista waved their swords. Baeliang's crossbowmen tightened their grip on their swords. The 140 or so Black Fox cavalry clashed fiercely with Li Hanlin's 200 crossbowmen. Then, they crossed the line between life and death. The two cavalry forces didn't have many people to begin with, so they didn't spread out too far. It could be said that they met on a narrow path. Each side tacitly moved in a row with only 4 or 5 riders side by side. In this kind of situation, the one leading the charge was most likely to die. Li Hanlin, Lu Do, 10th month Li, and Tiger Head Fang, 1 lieutenant, 1 commandant, and 2 deputy commandants, charged at the front. Li Hanlin's attack was the cleanest. He directly cut off the neck of one of the Black Crows. Lu Do, who was born with astonishing physical strength, attacked with great force. Not only did his blade cut off the enemy's swords, he even cut off the Black Fox's upper body. 10th month Li's blade was the most exquisite. He twisted his head to avoid the enemy's slash and stabbed the Black Crow's throat with his cold blade. Tiger Head Fang was the only one who didn't kill the enemy. He only clashed heavily with Marland's swords. After Li Hanlin and Lu Do each killed 3 enemy riders, 10th month Li killed 2 Baemang scouts in succession. However, he was about to be stabbed in the neck by the 3rd enemy rider in a straight line. Chapter 1778. Li Hanlin and Li October were separated by Lu Do. They saw this scene from the corner of their eyes and yelled, "Old Lu." Almost at the same time, Lu Do turned to the side and grabbed the corpse of the enemy rider that had not fallen off his horse. He pulled it over and smashed it on the body of the scout that Li October was facing. Lu Do was still in the mood to smile at Li October, who had just dodged a bullet, and seemed to say 6. Li October snorted coldly and ignored him. What Lu Do meant was that Li October already owed him 6 lives in this life. According to the agreement between the 4 brothers, when they returned to Lingju in the future, Li October would have to treat Lu Do to 6 of the most expensive courtesans. However, everyone was well aware that their reward money had long been given to their fallen comrades. Therefore, the 4 of them were actually paupers who could not save a few taels of silver. When the 2 cavalry forces were about to clash, Fang Hutu was chopped off his horse by an enemy rider and was about to be trampled on by the next horse. Li Hanlin was about to save him when Lu Do shouted, "Let me do it." He jumped up from his horse and jumped over Li Hanlin and his horse. He bent his legs and landed on the yellow sand and pounced forward. His hands hammered heavily on the abdomen of the Baemang warhorse, sending both rider and horse flying to the side. Lu Do lightly kicked Fang Hutu's shoulder and kicked him out of the battlefield. At this moment, the Baemang cavalry had already charged over. Lu Do laughed sinisterly and did not dodge. Instead, his body was as agile as a snake. His body curled up and his hands and feet stuck to the ground as he moved forward. When the Baemang warhorse was about to pass under its abdomen, he suddenly stood up. That Baemang warhorse was lifted up by Zhong Tong's shoulders. Ma Lanzi, who was on the back of the horse, was caught off guard and lost his balance. His head was cut off by a crossbowman who brushed past him. Li Hanlin couldn't care about anything else and could only focus on killing the enemy. When he realized that Li October, the only one left beside him, hadn't appeared from the corner of his eye, he took a moment to look back. He saw that Li October, who had fallen behind a dozen steps behind him, had just killed a Baemang barbarian and his face was covered in blood. Li October, the son of a wealthy official, happened to see Li Hanlin looking back. He smiled brightly and nodded in greeting, telling Li Hanlin not to worry about him. Li Hanlin smiled knowingly and turned back to continue fighting. However, when he was the first to break through the enemy formation, he took a breather and waited patiently for October Li to appear. Unfortunately, October Li did not appear. In this lifetime, he did not get to see her again. At that time, Li Hanlin's eyes were red. He turned his horse around like a madman and rushed away. Finally, when the 140 Baemang elite scouts were all dead and the crossbowmen under Li Hanlin's command continued their pursuit, Li Hanlin finally found Li October. He lay in a pool of blood, staring at the sky with his eyes wide open. October Li's breathing gradually weakened. Li Hanlin sat on the ground and hugged him gently. Lu Do and Fang Hutu, who were covered in blood, sat across from Li Hanlin in a daze. Among the four of them, Fang Hutu, who was burly but had the most gentle personality, suddenly hugged his head and wailed, "It's all my fault. If I wasn't useless, old Lu wouldn't have had to save me. As long as old Lu kept an eye on October Li October wouldn't have had to die. It's all my fault." A man who had suffered more than 30 wounds on the battlefield but had never shed a tear was sobbing uncontrollably. October Li's lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but also as if he wanted to shake his head. The pale Li Hanlin looked up and said softly to Fang Hutu, "Hutu, don't say such things if you're a brother. Do you want October Li to die uneasy?" Fang Hutu struggled to stop crying. He raised his arm to cover his mouth and looked at October Li with tears all over his face. Lu Do hurriedly wiped off the blood on his face. As a result, his face was now covered with blood. Lu Do gently held October Li's hand and said, "In Qingju province, we're very particular about keeping accounts with our brothers. It's natural for us to repay our debts. You, October Li, owe me 6 lives. Don't try to deny it. Even if you can't pay it back in this life, you'll have to pay it back in the next life. Therefore, let's continue to be brothers." Li Hanlin's lips trembled, but he didn't cry out like Fang Hutu. He looked at this youngster who had once said that studying was even more unbearable than being stabbed, looked at the 2 scars left on his chest by the Northern Mang warblade, looked at this youngster who had once said that the fortune teller said that he would die in the 10th month. Li Hanlin squeezed out a smile. He lowered his head and said softly to October Li, "October, you used to say that there was a beautiful girl at home, and that she was the best girl in the world. You also said that you wanted me to be your brother-in-law. But after you came to my house, you never mentioned it again. At that time, we went to Fang Hutu's house and also went to your house. After I met her, to be honest, your sister's looks were average. Compared to the women I, Li Hanlin, had seen when I was drinking and debauchery, she was much worse. However, her personality was really good. I actually liked her very much. I believed that if I married her, she would definitely be a virtuous daughter-in-law. But when I thought of calling you brother-in-law, I couldn't open my mouth. I'm telling you now. Don't think it's too late." October Li slowly closed his eyes. Li Hanlin rubbed his eyes and exhaled softly. He turned to Fang Hutu and said, "Hutu, accompany October Li and send him back to Qingyuan Army Town." Fang Hutu wanted to say something, but Lu Do shook his head at him. Li Hanlin and Lu Do exchanged for a Liangju horse. Li Hanlin looked into the distance and said, "I'll make up for October Li. You take over for Hutu." Lu Do nodded silently. Lu Do suddenly said, "Hanlin, do you really like October Li's sister?" Li Hanlin smiled without hesitation and said, "I didn't say those words because of October Li. I really like her. I fell in love with her at first sight. It's an unreasonable kind of love." Lu Do's eyes were gentle as he looked into the distance. "October Li and Hutu only know that I'm from Qingju. But Hanlin, you should know more. You know that I was once a death warrior raised by Lu family in Qingju. I was also the retainer of King of Beiliang's concubine, Lu Chengyang." Li Hanlin grunted and said, "The girl you like is also worthy of your love. That's enough." Lu Do laughed for the first time and said, "She likes that person. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I, Lu Do, have you 3 as my friends in this life. That's enough." Li Hanlin turned to look at Fang Hutu's horse gradually disappearing into the distance. He whispered, "October Li is most afraid of ghosts. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Chapter 1779. This chapter can be considered an interlude, but it won't hinder the next chapter from continuing on with the Dragon's Eye riding battle. Recently, there's a book review competition, and I welcome everyone to participate. For example, you can write about the various endings of the characters in the snow. If it's written well, I can even directly move it into the book. In the 3rd year of auspicious charm, in the spring breeze where peach blossoms were in full bloom, a middle-aged man rode an old donkey through Jiang'e and entered Western Shu. He pretended to carry a peach blossom in his hand, and the passers-by, especially the young ones, couldn't help but smile. Oh, it's another Jianghu person who admires the sword god Ng Tai. However, there were rumors in Jianghu that the peach blossom sword god was not only like a crane in a flock of chickens in the current Jianghu, but he was also very handsome. As for the appearance of the uncle in front of him, it was really a bit unpresentable. The ordinary-looking man leisurely rode the donkey and looked at the scenery of Shu. He walked and stopped, and was not in a hurry. The reason he entered Shu was because he received a letter from his disciple in a familiar restaurant. The letter said that he liked a girl, and it was about time for him to talk about marriage. He wanted him, his master, to be the matchmaker. In the letter, his disciple reminded him many times not to go to Western Shu in a sloppy manner. Not to mention helping his disciple gain face, but after all, Jianghu people believed that like master, like disciple. If the master was not capable, how good could the disciple be? Therefore, master, you must tidy yourself up, or else the girl's family would not be at ease leaving their daughter in his hands. After the man received the letter, he was not as inattentive as before. He really put his heart into it. He borrowed 30 taels of silver from the manager of the restaurant and bought 2 sets of new clothes. Only then did he travel from the distant Zhenju to Western Shu. The letter was sent half a year ago. Fortunately, the disciple knew that his master was always wandering around, so he pushed the date to half a year later. At the end of the letter, the disciple vowed that if he saw the letter late, it was fine. He, as the disciple, could wait patiently for his master. This man, who had used and forged swords before, but had never carried a sword, was hesitating on whether he should buy a sword and hang it on his waist. This was because his disciple's letter said that the girl he liked was from a wealthy family in Western Shu. Everyone in the gang, from the leader to the odd-job disciples, used swords. Even the names of the swords were very charming. The leader's sword was called Huazhu, and the chief consecrator's sword was called Mandril, which was on the great weapon list. Even the outer disciples who were familiar with each other named their swords grandly. Most importantly, the leader's daughter, who was the girl his disciple liked, happened to have a sword named Peach Blossom. It was fate. When the middle-aged man arrived at Yi province, he only needed to ask for directions in the provincial capital before he found the famous sect of Western Shu Path, the Sword Rain Pavilion. It was said that every time there was a grand occasion, all 300 swordsmen of the Sword Rain Pavilion would climb up the 6-story main building together and throw their swords out at the same time. The swords would fall like rain. Although the rain of swords, the pavilion was not well known in the entire Liang Lake. It was not as famous as the Spring Invitation Cottage that had a beauty critic. However, it was indeed one of the top sects in the territory of West Shu. There was a saying that the West Shu Sword Pavilion came out of the Rain Pavilion. Back in the days, the West Shu Sword Emperor, who later swore to guard the city gate in front of the Shu family's cavalry, had gone to the main pavilion many times and personally commented on the sword skills of the outstanding disciples in the Sword Rain Pavilion. On the highest floor, there were portraits of the Jianghu sword grandmasters that were established by the sect. They were used to encourage the disciples to persevere and sharpen their sword hearts. For example, there was the great Feng sword deity Ji Xinding, who was in the same generation as Jiao Shulu, the great demon Liu Songtao from 100 years ago. In recent years, there were portraits of Jian Zhouhuang, Song Nianqing, Qi Jiajie, and Chai Qingshan. Of course, Li Chungang was a lofty mountain that all the swordsmen in the world could not avoid. The Sword Rain Pavilion especially admired this spring and autumn sword armor and hung his portrait in the middle of the hall, beside Lu Zhu. When the gatekeeper of the Sword Rain Pavilion heard that the guest from afar was looking for the young man, the old gatekeeper, who was already displeased with him for riding a donkey and hanging a peach branch, disliked him even more. In the old man's opinion, the young man was not bad. His sword skills were average, but his judgment was not bad. He was lucky enough to win the literary battle with the high officials. However, if he wanted to marry the only daughter of the Sword Rain Pavilion's master, who did not have a prominent family background or a solid cultivation base, what else could it be but a fool's dream? It was not that the master was purposely making things difficult for the young man from afar. The entire Western Shu Dao pugilistic world knew that their master had already said that he only had one daughter. As long as he did not ascend to the first grade, no one could become his son-in-law. After all, the old man was a kind person. When he heard that the middle-aged man had walked for thousands of miles, he told him the truth. He also pointed the way for the middle-aged man, saying that the young man shamelessly rented a small courtyard on a nearby street. Every few days, he would come to the Sword Rain Pavilion's entrance. At the end of last winter, there was a rare snowfall in Western Shu. That young man used a broom to sweep the snow before dawn and almost got beaten up. It was snowing. This was a rare occurrence in Western Shu. Everyone wanted to see the snow piled up like a mountain. In the end, when he swept the snow, many disciples who hurried out to admire the snow on the street were completely dumbfounded. The entire street was so clean that it made one's hair stand on end. When the gatekeeper said this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said angrily that even though the young man was a fool, he did not act like a hooligan in the streets. Otherwise, he would have beaten him up. The middle-aged man who came from afar listened to the old man's long-winded chatter. He held the donkey with one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. The old man finally remembered to ask him about his relationship with the simple-minded young man. The man said that he was the young man's master. The old man grimaced in pain. His interest in the conversation vanished instantly. He quickly waved his hand and signaled the man to look for his disciple. As the sun set in the west, the old man looked at the back of the man who did not ride the donkey. His back gradually elongated on the street. The old man felt that this pair of master and disciple were both strange people. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not tell what was so strange about them. The middle-aged man led the old man, who was reluctant to ride the donkey, around and around. It was not easy for him to find the shabby courtyard in a shabby alley. He stood at the door and suddenly felt guilty. It turned out that his disciple had followed him everywhere for so many years. He did not ask for anything, so he did not gain anything. He knocked on the door. A young man who could no longer be called a young man walked out quickly. When he saw his master's familiar face, his face was filled with surprise. The middle-aged man was about to speak with a smile when his disciple went around him and hugged the old donkey's head. This made the middle-aged man, who thought too highly of himself, feel a little hurt. Only then did the middle-aged man realize that other than his disciple, there was also a young girl wearing a wooden hairpin and a cloth skirt. She was holding a water ladle and watering a small tree at the corner of the courtyard. When she saw the middle-aged man, she smiled shyly and was a little at a loss. The disciple and the old donkey who had depended on each other for many years talked about old times. He casually introduced the donkey to his master. "Master, this is our cow. She is my neighbor here. She found this peach tree and planted it. Our cow's parents are also very easy to get along with. Their family opened a small porridge shop on the street. Our cow usually goes to the downtown market to sell flowers. She sells apricot flowers, peach blossoms, and orchids. Master, if you go to our cow's house, you can smell the fragrance of flowers in the courtyard." The middle-aged man listened to his disciple's nagging and felt gratified for no reason. No wonder he always felt that something was missing when he traveled alone in Jianghu for a year after they parted. It turned out that he was not used to not having his disciples nagging. He took a few more glances at the thin young girl from a poor family. Her back was facing the pair of master and disciple, and her ears were red. He smiled and turned his head to ask, "Master has also called you here. When will you come?" The disciple suddenly looked sad and forced a smile. "Master, I'm sorry. I might have made you come for nothing." He frowned and asked gently, "What happened?" The disciple scratched his head and said awkwardly, "It's just that." "Master, don't ask too much." He smiled and asked, "Was it that girl's parents, the owner of the Tingyu Tower, who broke up the couple? Did they look down on you because you are a wanderer, so they bullied you?" Unexpectedly, the disciple shook his head. "The owner of the Tingyu Tower did not only look down on me. He is infatuated with the sword and is a chivalrous person. He has a good reputation in the Western Shu Dao martial arts world. In his eyes, only the young disciples of Jianghu who are second-grade master could be a good match for his daughter. It's just that the girl's mother and a few brothers were a little unreasonable. They said some unpleasant things and did some. In short, They did not want me to continue staying in this city. The middle-aged man smiled. So you were afraid? The disciple hurriedly said, that's difficult. But later on, that girl's heart belonged to someone else. I could not be shameless and pester her. Between a man and a woman, there should be mutual love. I still understand the principle. The girl with the wooden hairpin gathered her courage and said, that group of people once. The young man quickly stopped the girl's complaint. The middle-aged man's expression was normal, but in an instant, he grabbed his disciple's arm. You don't have enough qi in your words. I thought you were not acclimatized in Western Shu, but it turns out that you have suffered internal injuries. 4 months ago, someone used a sword to stab your shanzhong, juke, and qihai acupoints. What a good technique. It seems that the wound is not serious, but it actually injured your foundation. A swordsman of this level must be a well-known Jianghu person in Western Shu Dao. Tell me his name and let me talk to him personally. The young man shook his head and said, Master, forget it. I wanted to leave this place long ago, but I was afraid that you would not be able to find me in Western Shu, so I did not leave. After hearing this, the middle-aged man who did not show any anger suddenly became gloomy, as if his reverse scale had been touched. The middle-aged man who had always been calm and collected raised his voice slightly with a hint of blame. You didn't tell them what your master's name is? Chapter 1780. The young man was stunned. He lowered his head and said, at that time, they came to me aggressively and wanted to kill me. I accidentally forgot. The middle-aged man snorted. I think you don't want to say it. The young man smiled foolishly and said, how embarrassing would it be if people knew that master found such a useless disciple? Besides, if I really don't have the face to say your name, who would believe me? The middle-aged man was stunned. As an abandoned child, he had lost his family's protection when he was young. When he was young, he had to live alone in that eerie Sword Mountain. It could be said that he had experienced extreme hardships. After he walked out of the Wu family's sword tomb, no matter what he encountered, he turned a blind eye and watched with folded arms. In his opinion, since he had chosen to walk into Jianghu, life and death were fated. If he encountered injustice and was unable to voice it, he could not blame the heavens and blame others. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame himself for being inferior. That was why Wang Xianji from the martial emperor city said that this person's sword heart was naive. It was the best fit for heaven. It didn't matter whether he had a sword or not. He suddenly remembered many things. This disciple always complained that he didn't have the demeanor of a master and didn't have the demeanor of an immortal. He always told him to pay more attention to his style. He was always angry that his name was suppressed by someone. He wanted the whole Liang to know that his master was worthy of the title of #1 in the world. However, this young man seemed to have never thought of letting the world know that his master had taken in a disciple. He never thought of letting Jianghu know the name of that person's disciple. No one in Jianghu knew the name of the young man with the donkey. They didn't even know the name of the disciple of the peach blossom sword god. Since he took in this disciple, the two of them walked in Jianghu together. When they saw injustice on the road, he had to help because of his disciple. Every time he saved someone and was about to leave impatiently, his disciple would dawdle and say to the person he saved with a smile, my master is the peach blossom sword god Ng Tai. Don't forget. Your master is the peach blossom sword god Ng Tai. Then who is my disciple, Ng Tai? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at the young face with some stubble. He then turned to the flower girl and said with a smile, little girl, my name is Ng Tai. My disciple is Li Huanyang. The confused girl said with a red face, Uncle Deng, I know brother Li's name. Ng Tai asked himself and said sadly in a voice that only he could hear, but this son of AB*TCH in Jianghu doesn't know. That day, in the twilight, Ng Tai and his disciple Li Huanyang went to the girl Akao's house as guests. Ng Tai even took the initiative to pick a few gifts under his disciple's shocked gaze. They were not too expensive, but in the eyes of a small family, they were items that would give them face. This made the girl's parents beam with joy, especially when they heard that this man was Li Huanyang's only elder in this world. They couldn't stop smiling. The girl became more and more shy. Ng Tai's disciple was a little slow to realize, But after understanding the meaning and thinking about how they had been together for half a year, he felt that the conditions were right. He didn't think that his master was randomly setting up a couple. Ng Tai, who rarely drank, and a cow's father drank more than 2 liters of wine each. Ng Tai decided to get straight to the point and frankly said that his disciple had a pure and kind personality. Although he was half a Jianghu person like him, he had never thought of making a name for himself in Jianghu. He was a young man who lived a stable life. The girl's parents, who originally had some concerns, were completely relieved after hearing this. That night, Ng Tai, who reeked of alcohol, walked slowly in an alley with his disciple Li Huanyang. Ng Tai suddenly said, "Buying a pig to look after the pen, getting a daughter-in-law to look after the mother. From what you said, the girl from Tingyu House is obviously not suitable for you. A cow, on the other hand, is a girl who can accompany you for the rest of your life." Li Huanyang laughed. Ng Tai patted his disciple's shoulder and said without any reason, "Master has never done anything for you in his life." Li Huanyang wanted to say something but stopped. Ng Tai waved his hand and interrupted what his disciple wanted to say. He continued, "It's your business whether you want to or not. I don't care. Since you are most likely going to settle down in Shishu, I have to try my best to prevent this place from falling into turmoil and chaos. In addition, I originally wanted to go to Beiliang. You don't have to worry. In today's world, whether it is Liangtian City or the border of Liangmang, as long as I want to go, no one can stop me." The young man whispered, "Master, if I get married and start a family, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to travel Jianghu with you in the future." Ng Tai smiled and said, "In the future, I will often come to Shishu to visit you." The young man hesitated and asked, "Master, I'm not like Hsu Fengnian. I'm sorry that I can't let you have a disciple who won't disgrace your reputation." Ng Tai shook his head seriously and said, "You're wrong. It's already the best to have you as my disciple. Liang Jianghu has Cao Changqing and Hsu Fengnian. Of course, it's good. But I, Ng Tai, have a disciple like you, it's the best. If someone wants you to live a bad life, it's very simple. They have to ask me, your master, if I agree." In Izhou of Shishu, peach blossoms were still smiling in the spring breeze. The inconspicuous middle-aged man came back without a donkey or a sword. He came to the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower. On this day, the Sword Rain Tower was hosting a banquet. The master of Izhou personally came to visit with his beloved son, hoping that the two families could tie the knot. In order to show the solemnity of the Sword Rain Tower, the tower master Zhong Yun gathered his disciples and went up to the main building. They all took off their swords and the swords fell like raindrops. This was an eye-opener for the master of Izhou and the deputy general of Izhou, who were standing at the edge of the square. The whole city of Izhou knew that the master of Izhou had attached himself to the white-clothed king of Shu. The master of Izhou's position was equivalent to that of a small provincial governor. Now that the provincial governor, who came from a local power, had become a mere figurehead, it was only a matter of time before he became the #1 civil official in Izhou. Therefore, the wanderer who caused a commotion in the city previously became an obstacle to the marriage made in heaven of Izhou. No one thought that Zhong Yun's beloved daughter had fallen in love with the master of Izhou. They all thought that from the beginning to the end, it was the wanderer who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was the young man who had lost his mind and wanted to eat swan meat. When the middle-aged man arrived at the square at the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower, he saw the tower master, Zhong Yun, leading his wife and son to welcome him. They were walking towards the group of Izhou's influential officials. Among them, there was a beautiful young woman standing beside a handsome young man who was wearing a brocade robe. She was smiling like a flower. While the Sword Rain Tower was holding a grand occasion, a young man was accompanying a young woman as they walked through the streets and alleys. They were selling apricot flowers and peach blossoms loudly. They only earned 1 copper coin for each flower. The middle-aged man recalled the conversation between the master and disciple last night in the small courtyard. At the end of the conversation, his disciple told him not to be calculative with the Sword Rain Tower. At that time, he nodded in agreement. His disciple did not believe him and repeated his words. He laughed and said that if his disciple was so easy to talk to, how bad could he be as his master? In fact, NG Tai did not say that his master had never been easy to talk to. He was like this to the Wu family's sword tomb and also to the Jianghu. Therefore, having such a meddlesome and soft-hearted disciple was NG Tai's greatest trouble in his life, other than his success in swordsmanship. It was also his greatest pride. NG Tai smiled to himself. Just now, he was stopped by the old gatekeeper. When the old gatekeeper heard that he was going to challenge the sword rain tower, the old gatekeeper put on a funny and annoyed expression and asked him, "Since we are going to spar with swords, where is your sword?" NG Tai did not answer. His figure flashed and he arrived at the sword rain tower. NG Tai raised his head and looked at the main building. There was a golden horizontal board with the words "The World's First Sword Rain" written by the Sword Emperor of Western Shu in the early years. Under the spring sunlight, the horizontal board shone brightly. The people of the Sword Rain Tower who first noticed the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man was not Zhong Yun, the Grandmaster of Swordsmanship who was known as the Three Chiefs Tongxian in the Western Shu Wulin, nor was it one of the elders who had outstanding swordsmanship. Instead, it was a few disciples who were looking around in boredom. Most of these people were interested in the daughter of the Tower Master, but they knew that there was a world of difference between them. They were ashamed of their inferiority in front of the son of the Tower Master of Izhou. When they thought that the girl was about to fall into the arms of another man, they did not want to see it. Then, they saw the man in coarse clothes who did not carry a sword and did not have an imposing manner. However, they did not pay much attention to him. Although the Sword Rain Tower of Western Shu was not as famous as the Dongyu Sword Pool and Nanjiang Dragon Palace, it was still the leader of a state. The Tower Master, Zhong Yun, was one of the top 10 masters in Western Shu. When he was young, he was a genius swordsman who was favored by the previous owner of the Spring Invitation Cottage, Xielingzhen. Although he had not reached the first grade yet, the entire Western Shu Wulin Jianghu believed that Zhong Yun was one of the most promising people to reach the legendary realm. Although a second-grade master had the word little in it, it was enough to establish a sect in the Liang state. Those first-grade masters were usually elusive and did not care about the affairs of the Jianghu. It was even harder for ordinary people in the Jianghu to get close to them. Therefore, in the real Liang Jianghu, the most famous people were the martial Dao masters who could be seen and touched like Zhong Yun. They were the masters of the Jianghu who would show up every now and then. If one did not boast that he had drunk wine with those martial Dao masters, no matter how much he boasted, no one would believe him. This was because not only was Zhong Yun's cultivation base extremely high, but he also had a human aura and was down-to-earth in the way he did things. If it was said that he was fortunate enough to have met the famous house master of the Sword Rain Pavilion, then it would be able to shock others and cause them to be skeptical. A loud explosion rang out, causing the hearts of everyone in the Raining Swords Tower to tremble. The horizontal board that was personally given by the old Western Shu imperial uncle split into two and fell to the ground. Chapter 1781. Everyone looked at each other, feeling incredulous. That board with a prominent origin was made of the first-grade Nanmu wood. It should not be so fragile. Moreover, this board had only been hanging for 30 years. How could it be broken in the middle like it was split by a sword? Everyone looked around and finally focused their eyes on the middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. Even Zhong Yun, a second-level Supreme Power Master, could not find any clues. Could this man be the culprit who destroyed the invaluable plaque? The leader of the Sword Rain Tower, Zhong Yun, was one of the few famous masters in Western Shu. He was also an experienced veteran. He admitted that even if he held a sword, he would not be able to break a board from 300 to 400 steps away. Regardless of how domineering and arrogant the arrival of such a person was, he was still not someone the Reigning Sword Pavilion could easily deal with. The reason why the Wu family's sword tomb had been in the top 3 of the Jianghu sect for hundreds of years was because it was said that even a child in the sword tomb could control a sword and fly away like a butterfly. This in itself meant that it was not easy to produce sword energy. How could a sword energy not be weakened after a few hundred steps and still be able to break such a huge board? One of the worshippers hurriedly flew away. He stood at the entrance of the main building and looked carefully. He then flew back to Zhong Yun's side and whispered with a pale face. Zhong Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was caused by the sword energy. Furthermore, After the sword chi broke through the signboard, it also split apart the main building. There was a saying in the Liang Jianghu. Ever since Su Maro, a relative of the emperor, died outside the imperial city and Huang Jintu died at the Donghai city, there were no more capable swordsmen in Western Shu. This also showed the predicament of the Western Shu martial arts circle. Especially after Xie Lingzhen of the Spring Invitation Cottage died for no reason at the Quicksnow Mountain Villa, her successor, Yanji Beauty Xie, only used her beauty to amaze people and did not use her martial arts to convince people. Therefore, people thought that there were no grandmasters in the Shu martial arts circle. The middle-aged man walked forward slowly and stopped when he was 30 to 40 steps away from Zhongyun. He finally said, "My disciple has already explained the reason. If you don't listen, then I don't need to reason with you today." Zhongyun wanted to cry but had no tears. "How would I know who your disciple is? You are the disciple of a divine connection sword grandmaster. Our reigning swords pavilion can't wait to worship him like a bodhisattva. How can you not listen to reason with us?" Zhongyun's mind raced. Judging from the man's appearance, he looked to be in his 30s or 40s and had a grudge against the sword rain tower, so he was most likely not from Western Shu's Jianghu. Otherwise, he would at least show some respect to Zhongyun. However, the sword rain tower's influence had always been limited to Western Shu's territory. Their disciples were considered introverted in their actions, and they rarely made any enemies in the Jianghu. Even the few outstanding disciples who were ordered to leave Western Shu and travel the Jianghu to spread the name of the Sword Rain Tower had never had any great grudges with the major sects in Liang. To be honest, if they really wanted to offend those top grandmasters in Liang, the Sword Rain Tower's disciples would need to have the ability to do so, right? At the same time, Zhongyun was puzzled. The man in front of him did not have any obvious qi activity, and he did not have any momentum at all. He did not seem like the person who would make a move. Could it be that there was a real unworldly expert hiding in the dark? The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the people from the Sword Rain Tower. He saw the young lady who wished for the world to be in chaos and the woman who looked 60 to 70% similar to her. Her expression was gloomy as if she was weighing the pros and cons. She was hesitating whether she should use the government's influence to intimidate the enemy. The few consecrators from the Sword Rain Tower looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Obviously, they knew the severity of the situation better than the woman. There were some things that the government could suppress, but there were some things that they might not be able to suppress. Zhongyun had a scholarly appearance. He had the famous Western Shu sword, Huazhu, by his waist. It was extremely rare for him to perform the etiquette of a junior. He bowed respectfully and said, "May I know who your disciple is, senior? If my Sword Rain Tower has indeed offended your disciple, I, Zhongyun, will definitely give you an explanation." The middle-aged man didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at the group of people and asked, "Who's the one holding the mountain elf?" The Yi provincial general, who was sitting in a high position and had a fat body, narrowed his eyes and said sinisterly, "Today is a big day for me and Brother Zhong's families. I didn't expect that someone would dare to do such a thing in Yi provincial city. You've really opened my eyes." The deputy general of Yi provincial, who had thousands of troops under his command, sneered and said, "Who dares to violate the law in my territory?" Zhongyun was relieved when he saw the two officials of Yi provincial general's attitude. However, he still wanted to keep the peace. After bowing, he straightened his back and stared at the uninvited guest in front of him. "Senior, could it be that the chief consecrator of my Sword Rain Tower, Hu Dachuan, had a misunderstanding with your disciple?" The middle-aged man ignored the two officials of Western Shu and the Sword Rain Tower's tower lord, who was pretending to be humble. Instead, he looked at the swordsman who had gone to the main building to look at the signboard. He was dressed in white, had white hair, and a white beard. Even the scabbard of his sword was snow-white. He looked very sage-like. He asked, "Are you the one who attacked my disciple 3 times?" This Western Shu sword Dao Grandmaster, whose swordsmanship was not inferior to Zhongyun's, looked calm and composed. However, he did not answer the question. It was unknown whether he was unwilling or afraid. However, after the middle-aged man asked this question, the expressions of the mother, daughter, and handsome young master changed slightly. The woman's gaze became even more vicious. The young woman pursed her lips and the young man subconsciously took a step back. The middle-aged man said calmly, "A sword for a sword." Just as the white-haired consecrator with the mandrill was about to grab the sword hilt, his chest exploded and blood splattered everywhere. However, after this silent sword killed him, scarlet blood splattered out of Zhong Dachuan's Duke and Sea of Qi acupoints. Zhong Dachuan, who did not even manage to grab the sword hilt, fell backward, let alone unsheathing it. One sword was enough to kill someone. However, he said that he would return 3 swords. In everyone's eyes, the middle-aged man had his hands behind his back. Zhong Yun was even more certain that this person did not have any qi ripples at all. Zhong Yun, whose hands and feet were cold, could not care less about his bearing as a grandmaster. He raised his head and looked around as if he was trying to find the peerless expert hiding behind the scenes. There was a hint of unconcealable fear in his voice. Junior Zhong Yun of the Sword Rain House sincerely requests Senior to come out and have a chat. Junior is willing to sincerely apologize. The middle-aged man turned to look at the 2 senior officials of Yi Province. "I don't know what kind of officials you are, but today, even if Chen Zhibao is standing here, he can't stop me from killing someone. If you don't believe me, then bring your troops here. Whether it's thousands or tens of thousands, I can wait for you. If you don't call for reinforcements, I'll kill you right now. If you do, I'll still kill you. Remember, don't try to reason with me before you die." Of course, the world did not know that even Xie Guanying, the mastermind behind Chen Zhibao's capture of the Flood Dragon, was killed by him. The woman sneered and said, "How arrogant. You don't even respect our king of Shu. My grandfather and the Western Shu Dao administrator are best friends." The middle-aged man interrupted the woman. "Then invite your grandfather and the Western Shu Dao administrator to the Sword Rain House. I'll wait for them. If they don't come, I'll just go and kill them." The woman was about to say something ruthless, but her husband, Zhong Yun, who had never said anything harsh since he got married, roared angrily, "Shut your mouth." The trembling Sword Rain House lord looked at the middle-aged man and asked bitterly, "May I ask if Senior is from the Wu clan sword tomb or the Dongyu sword pool?" Before the middle-aged man could make a move, the dumbstruck Yi province official fell backward and died on the spot. The middle-aged man's tone was still indifferent. "I'm somewhat related to the Wu clan, but not the Dongyu sword pool." The deputy general of Yi province said in horror, "Did you really kill Yi province's official?" The middle-aged man made a joke that wasn't funny at all. "If you think it's fake, fine. But let me remind you. If you don't call for reinforcements, you'll die soon." Then, the general made an even bigger joke with a sobbing tone. He said in a trembling voice, "Hero, we don't have any grievances. Hero, you can't kill the innocent. This has nothing to do with me, and I won't care anymore. Hero, you can kill whoever you want in Yi province. If you don't want to do it yourself, I'll help you. Is that okay?" The middle-aged man didn't say anything. After he left the Wu clan's sword tomb, he actually didn't like Jiang Hu. However, his disciple liked it very much, so he was willing to treat Jiang Hu people and Jiang Hu with respect. Therefore, among the 4 grandmasters of martial arts evaluation, only he, Ng Tai, Cao Chongqing from West Chu, Hsu Fengnian from Beiliang, and Tuoba from Beimang, Ng Tai was truly free and unfettered. Therefore, he didn't care if Jiang Hu people caused trouble for him. However, if he, Ng Tai, wanted to cause trouble for the people of the world, no one could escape from him. Therefore, Xie Guanying, who was ranked first on the immortal leaderboard of continental dynasties, had hidden for thousands of miles from Great Peace City in the north to the coast of the South Sea. However, he still couldn't escape death under his sword. At this moment, another 2 Sword Rain Towers consecrators, who had the intention to kill, fell dead on the ground. Zhong Yun, who was at a loss, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him whose name he still did not know, and said with great sorrow, "Senior, I, Zhong Yun, do not know what happened, but Zhong Dachuan's descendants did not deserve to die." The deputy general of Yi province suddenly came to his senses and ran away. He wanted to run as far as he could after leaving Yi province. No matter how much money he had to spend or how many connections he had to use, he had to seek refuge in the king of Shu's residence. The middle-aged man didn't even look at the Shu general who was running away. He glanced at the Sword Rain Pavilion's leader and said, "I've said that I'm not here to reason with you." Zhong Yun, who was in despair, asked, "Senior, are you really not afraid of becoming enemies with the Western Shu government and the entire Western Shu martial arts world?" The middle-aged man who killed people as he pleased smiled and said, "If Chen Zhibao was here, he definitely wouldn't say such a thing." Zhong Yun smiled bitterly and held the hilt of his fiery candle sword. "I know that I'm not Senior's opponent, but whether it's for the Sword Rain Pavilion's hundreds of years of reputation or for the lives of my wife and child, I have to be brave enough to fight Senior." Chapter 1782. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I won't kill you today. My disciple said that you, Zhong Yun, are a kind and chivalrous person. Based on this, you don't have to die." The handsome young master knelt on the ground and wailed at the corpse of his father in Yi province. "You lunatic, why did you kill my father? You will die a horrible death." When Zhong Yun's daughter saw the miserable state of her beloved man, she was also weeping. She squatted down and wanted to comfort him but was pushed away by the young man. "Get lost, it's all because of you, you jinx. My father died because of you. If it weren't for you and your mother's instigation, why would I, the son of Yi province, make things difficult for that nobody time and time again? Why would I use my official position to ask Zhong Dachuan to hurt him?" Zhong Yun looked as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around with a wooden expression and looked at his wife and daughter. He asked expressionlessly, "Tell me, what happened? Since we're already in this state, you should at least let me know the reason for my death." The charming woman no longer had her usual graceful bearing. Her expression was ferocious and terrifying. She said sternly, "Zhong Yun, how would I know that the master of that poor boy is so powerful? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that young man with the surname Li for pretending to be a fool. If he didn't hide his identity and tease us, why would I deliberately stop him from marrying our daughter? Haha, now I only regret that I didn't ask that old trash Zhong Dachuan to kill him." Zhong Yun looked at his crazy wife with disgust. He turned around again and said, "Senior, can I exchange my death for the lives of those unrelated to the sword raining tower?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No." Zhong Yun's lips trembled and he couldn't say a word. The middle-aged man said again, "Don't worry, I came here today only to kill Zhong Dachuan. Now, I'm only here to kill the one on the ground and the Yi province deputy general who escaped from the sword raining tower. As for the other dead people, since they wanted to kill me, they have to pay the price for having such thoughts. Although in my opinion, your wife and daughter deserve to die, my disciple never had such thoughts. I won't let him feel guilty." Zhong Yun couldn't understand this person's thoughts. It was just like how every time he went up the building and looked at the pictures of the sword immortals of the past, he never understood why the same sword in their hands could be so powerful that it could shake the earth and mountains. However, the middle-aged man continued, "From today onwards, your sword rain house shouldn't be open for business anymore. What do you mean by the rain of swords is a great spectacle? That is an insult to the swords in your hands. I believe that any sword in the world, as long as it is in the hands of a true swordsman, will disdain to be associated with other people's swords. Li Chuangang's wooden horse and ox are the same. Therefore, if the people who hung the portraits on the top floor were still alive, they would probably have laughed themselves to death. When a sword is in its sheath, it will only cry out for injustice. When the sword is unsheathed, it must have a clear conscience. How can it be used for outsiders to admire the scenery and applaud?" Zhong Yun smiled miserably, and then his gaze became firm as he said in a low voice, "What Senior said makes a lot of sense. However, the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion is the result of the painstaking efforts of my Zhong clan's ancestors for a few hundred years after all. Thus, Zhong Yun can die today while the pavilion doesn't exist, but Zhong Yun can't live on while the pavilion doesn't exist." This was the first time the middle-aged man looked at Zhong Yun seriously. Zhong Yun held the fiery candle sword tightly, and there were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. My Zhong clan's sword rain house once had ancestor Lu riding a crane, sword sovereign Su Xiu once commented on the swordsman of the world, and sword god Li Chungang was here to give pointers to my grandfather's swordsmanship. If I, Zhong Yun, retreat today, then the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion will really perish. Zhong Ningjing, Zhong Jiyuan, Zhong Danbua, Zhong Mingji, the four of you remember, After my death, the people of the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion can die, and the signboard can fall, but the words Rainstorm Sword Pavilion must not disappear. It must not be humiliated. Jong-yoon pulled out the fiery candle sword and welcomed death with a smile. Before I die, I would like to thank Senior for allowing me to pull out the sword. As for Senior's disciple, that young man called Lee Huanian, I, Jong-yoon, would like to say a few words from the bottom of my heart before I die. In fact, I have a good impression of Lee Huanian, not because his aptitude is not outstanding, but because his understanding of swordsmanship is extremely high. It is because when I saw this young man, I was reminded of my own high-spirited youth, and I was willing to disregard everything for the person I admired. My original intention was to let him suffer a few more rejections, just like how I suffered when I was young. However, for some reason, my daughter suddenly changed her mind. At that time, I felt a little regretful, but I didn't think too much about it. Jong-yoon then turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, and said gently, "You weren't like this in the past." The woman was at a loss. The middle-aged man no longer had his hands behind his back. He looked at the house master of the Sword Rain Tower who was holding the sword in his hand and smiled, "Go ahead and attack. I know what I'm doing. I'll let you die when your strength is exhausted." The Sword Rain Tower of Western Shu claimed to have collected more than 1,000 exquisite sword moves in the world. In fact, most of the sword moves were the moves of the housemasters and the outstanding disciples of the Sword Rain Tower. They were not considered outstanding in the world, but they were the foundation that had been accumulated for hundreds of years. Some of the moves were indeed first-class swordsmanship. It was a pity that Jong-yoon also knew that many of the sword moves were exquisite, but he did not know the true meaning behind them. After all, there were too many sword masters who had their own merits, and their sword wills were scattered and mixed. There were even some contradictions between them. Jong-yoon had not reached the realm of returning to one's original state. The middle-aged man had one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out. Jong-yoon's sword moves were magnificent. Sometimes it was majestic like the sun rising from the east, sometimes it was soft and continuous like the rain in Jiangnan, sometimes it was thick and heavy like the snow in midwinter, and sometimes it was light and ethereal like a sparrow flying on a branch. What was even rarer was that Jong-yoon's sword wills were tightly connected and did not appear abrupt or stiff. The first sentence of the Sword Rain Tower's motto was clear: the sunrise of Kunlun, the bright moon of Tsunghai, the water of the spring god lake, the great tide of Guangling, the haze of Crimson City, the flying snow of Liao Liao, the yellow sand of the Great Desert, and various other wonders all contained sword wills that merged into one. The end of the way of the sword. However, no matter how Jong-yoon attacked, the middle-aged man would gently flick the tip of the candlestick sword away with his finger. Therefore, every time the sword vibrated, it meant that Jong-yoon's exquisite sword wills were stopped abruptly. This absurd scene was like a distinguished scholar reciting a famous poem from the ancient times, but he was interrupted by a vulgar villager with the word fart. In the square, only the rainbow-like sword chi could be seen. Jong-yoon and his sword were indistinct. Only the middle-aged man stood in the same place, casually flicking his two fingers. Even the odd-job disciples of the Sword Rain Tower, who were laymen, knew that the difference in their attainments in the way of the sword was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Their master or grandmaster, Jong-yoon of the Sword Rain Tower in Western Shu, was one of the 10 grandmasters of the Western Shu Dao. Even Liu Yuwei, who was the chief consecrator of the Spring Invitation Cottage, did not dare to say that she could defeat Jong-yoon, who was attacking with all his might, with just 2 fingers, let alone when his body was as immovable as a mountain. The appearance of this middle-aged man not only shocked everyone with his mysterious cultivation base, which was akin to that of an immortal on the land, but also unknowingly opened up a grand and magnificent martial arts picture scroll for many disciples of the Sword Rain Tower who wanted to reach the peak of the way of the sword. Everyone present had complicated feelings. Who could turn the tide when the Sword Rain Tower encountered such a powerful enemy? It was destined that they would not be able to avenge themselves today, but would they really be able to in 10 or 20 years? Just as Jong-yoon's sword momentum was weakening, the Sword Rain Tower's master knew that he was going to die. However, Jong-yoon did not feel too indignant. He only felt that after displaying all his skills to his heart's content, it was only a matter of flicking his fingers. He felt that he had let his ancestor down. He had gone through untold hardships to get what he wanted, but at this moment, his sword heart had reached a clear state. He no longer had any regrets. Master, don't kill people. Killing people is against the law. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded from afar. The familiar voice fell into the ears of the disciples of the Sword Rain Tower. In the past, they only felt that it was laughable and disgusting. Now, it was no different from the sound of nature. As for the content of the words, no one found it funny anymore. The middle-aged man flicked Zhongyun and his sword away with 2 fingers, forcing Zhongyun to retreat dozens of steps. He turned his head and laughed angrily at his disciple who rushed over. Since when is killing not against the law? The young man ran to his side and said softly, let's not talk about whether it's against the law first. You killed people in front of so many people. If word gets out, it won't sound good. The Peach Blossom Sword God killed people in Western Shu's Sword Rain Tower. It will damage your reputation. The old gatekeeper who ran to the streets to look for the young man did not know that he had saved the Sword Rain Tower's life. The middle-aged man said helplessly, since when have I cared about my reputation? The young man said confidently, as your disciple, I care. I care very much. The middle-aged man laughed it off. Zhongyun, who was drenched in sweat, kept his sword back into its sheath. He cupped his fists and smiled sincerely. He bowed deeply and said, I already know your identity. Because of you, the Sword Rain Tower's name has been removed from Western Shu. Zhongyun has no regrets in this life. The Sword Rain Tower has no regret. As soon as these words were spoken, all of the Reigning Swords Pavilion's guest elders and disciples, including Zhongyun, were shocked. In the Jianghu, a person's reputation was extremely important to all righteous people. As for the reputation of the sect that they belonged to, it was even more important. Zhongyun's shocking statement implied that the ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of him was like the Wu family's master who used the sword tomb's prestige to talk about flying swords, or Chai Qingshan who represented the Dongyu sword pool to talk about forging swords. Otherwise, no matter how high this person's martial cultivation was, no matter how much he regarded everyone as ants, Zhongyun, who had the intention of sacrificing himself for the sword, would not have taken the initiative to say such a thing. The middle-aged man did not show any change in his expression. He accepted it calmly, or more accurately, he completely ignored it. Chapter 1783. The girl who had been pushed away by the Yi province guest was now nestled in her mother's arms, looking delicate and pitiful. After seeing the foreign wanderer who had sworn an oath of undying love with her in private, her timid face had a natural charm that made people want to take pity on her. She took a few steps forward and gazed affectionately at the young man who had been abandoned by her after her mother had bewitched him. Softly, she said, Nyan Xiong, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I have never forgotten you. It's just that at home. Li Shenyang turned his head and looked at the girl who he had asked to stay in the distance. She was holding the bamboo flower basket and looking up. The apricot flowers in the basket had been sold out, but there were still a few peach blossoms left. He smiled and turned his head. He stopped smiling and glanced at the girl from the Sword Rain Tower without saying a word. The middle-aged man asked, Have you finally given up? The young man grunted and nodded his head vigorously. The young man seemed to have noticed something and asked in surprise, Master, you didn't trick me on purpose, did you? The middle-aged man was indifferent. The young man walked to his side and said gloomily, Master, I didn't think you were cunning before. If you had been so cunning earlier, your reputation in Jianghu would have surpassed that of Wang Xianji and Cao Changqing, not to mention that HSU Fengnian. The middle-aged man said lazily, Your matter is done. I still have a small matter to deal with. There is a deputy general of Yi province to kill. However, no matter how good he is at escaping, he can't beat that guy named Xie. Then he glanced at Zhongyun, who was respectful as if he had seen the reincarnation of his ancestor. He hesitated for a moment and said, People who practice swordsmanship shouldn't focus on victory and defeat and neglect life and death. A dead man can't pick up a 3-foot sword. Well, one last thing, your swordsmanship is passable and your sword will is not bad. At least you let me know one thing. After Su Xiu and Huang Zhentu, there are still swords in Western Shu. Therefore, The Sword Rain Tower will continue to operate. However, today's matter is limited to the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower. If your grudges involve the outside world in the future, I won't be so polite the next time I visit. Zhongyun was relieved and grateful. He once again cupped his hands and bowed solemnly. The master and disciple turned around and left. Master, the last few sentences you said really have the demeanor of a great master. Did you learn it from someone when you went on a long journey? Master, if you have a conflict with someone in the future, just follow this pattern of speech. You can't go wrong. Master, let's settle accounts clearly between master and disciple. You can't just leave like that just because you put on the airs of a master. You can't just ignore my future living in Ijo City. I'm going to live here for a long time. Akao's family is poor, and my swordsmanship is not good enough. You just said yesterday that you want me to live a stable life. I don't want you to pay for the money or the betrothal gifts. You can't leave a mess for me and Akao. Shut up. Take care of that stubborn donkey yourself. Haha, today's sun is not bad. He watched as the master and disciple walked further and further away after meeting the flower girl. Zhongyun had mixed feelings. Wang Xianlin, the eldest disciple of the Raining Swords Pavilion, who was once praised by Xielingzhen of the Spring Invitation Cottage as a late bloomer in 20 years, came to his master and asked carefully, "Master, is this senior also a swordsman?" Zhongyun did not answer his eldest disciple's question. He stared at the door in a daze. After a long time, he smiled and asked, "Last year, you bunch of hotheads were discussing that we must find an auspicious day to hang the portrait of the Peach Blossom Sword God on the top floor. If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted that we hang the portrait between Ancestor Lu and Li Chungang. Have you picked a day?" Wang Xianlin asked curiously, "But doesn't our Raining Swords Pavilion have the unshakable rule of our ancestors that only those peerless sword Dao grandmasters are allowed to hang their portraits in our pavilion after they pass away?" Zhongyun muttered to himself, because of his parting words, "There are still swords in Western Shu. I want to hang his portrait even if my ancestors scolded me for being an unfilial descendant. Moreover, what's wrong with making an exception for the Peach Blossom Sword God who almost became in-laws with the Raining Swords Pavilion?" Wang Xianlin was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Zhongyun said in a deep voice, "Disciples of the Raining Swords Pavilion, draw your sword. Use the Tai'er style." Finally, Zhongyun looked at the door and said loudly, 324 disciples of the Raining Swords Pavilion of Western Shu, send off the Peach Blossom Sword God with the 3-foot sword in your hand." The woman was stunned and murmured, "The Peach Blossom Sword God, NG Tai. So you are NG Tai." The young woman's face was filled with tears of regret. Why are you his disciple?" Outside the Raining Swords Pavilion, the innocent flower girl tugged at Li Huanian's sleeve and asked curiously, "Who is the Peach Blossom Sword God they are talking about?" Li Huanian held back his laughter and curled his lips. The girl looked at Uncle Deng who was walking in front of them. He was the middle-aged man who walked into the courtyard with the donkey yesterday. She smiled happily and said, "Brother Li, this title sounds amazing. I've heard some storytellers say that those heroes' titles are not as good as Uncle Deng's." NG Tai turned around and picked up a peach blossom from the girl's basket. He smiled and said, "How powerful do you think a guy whose disciple was beaten to the point that he had to lie in bed for 2 to 3 months can be? So, this Peach Blossom Sword God only sounds amazing." The girl glanced at the young man with a smile on her face. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, 1 copper coin per flower." The middle-aged man said shamelessly, "I don't have money. I owe you." The girl suddenly blushed. "Uncle Deng, the middle-aged man seemed to have guessed what the girl was thinking. He smiled and shook his head at her. Then, he picked up the peach blossom with his mouth and put his hands behind his head. He turned around and said gently, "I, NG Tai's disciple, have already married the best woman in the world." The girl was embarrassed. However, after hearing Uncle Deng's words, she, who had never dared to hope that she and Brother Li would become husband and wife, felt less nervous. She also thought that such an easygoing Peach Blossom Sword God and such an easygoing elder should not be a famous Jianghu hero, right? The girl suddenly felt that she had wronged Brother Li and Uncle Deng by thinking this way. She secretly stuck out her tongue. In the spring of this year, As Li Huanian's master, Deng Tai could be considered half-in-laws to Cao's parents. He worked as a waiter in their family's shop, greeting customers and sending off customers. He saved up less than 10 taels of silver. Before leaving western Shuzhou for northern Liang Pass, he shamelessly borrowed 20 taels of silver from his disciple and used the money to buy an ordinary iron sword. On the way to Liang, the peach blossom sword god Ng Tai, who had pulled out his first sword from the sword tomb when he was young, walked with a sword at his waist for the first time in his life. At the end of the second year of Shangfu, Mount Hui Nyogang. It was snowing heavily on the Great Snow Plateau. In the twilight, a woman in purple walked alone out of the moonless house, which had become the holy land of the martial arts world. She held an ordinary bamboo handle oilpaper umbrella and walked alone in the wind and snow. Mount Hui was full of visitors and tourists all year round. Even this late snowfall did not stop them from climbing the mountain. However, after the woman in purple walked out of the building, the chief guest of Mount Hui, Huang Fengfua, immediately informed the servants that today, there would be a checkpoint at the entrance of the Great Snowfield. No matter if it was an outsider or a native of the Great Snowfield, no one was allowed to get close to the Great Snowfield. No one was allowed to get close to the mountain lord of Mount Hui who suddenly had the interest to enjoy the snow. In today's Mount Hui, as the lady of Mount Hui, Shenyuan Qingfeng had long stopped caring about worldly affairs. Huang Fengfua, who had been an elder for 2 dynasties, could be said to have great power in his hands. His martial arts cultivation also showed signs of rising from finger xian to celestial phenomenon. This step was really like a traveler crossing the natural moat, like a scholar passing the top 3. In these 2 years, Mount Hui was like the sun in the sky on the lake of Liang. Cao Changqing was already dead, Ng Tai was nowhere to be found, and Hsu Fengnian was far away in the northwest. In recent years, the top 10 masters of Liang were evaluated by busybodies. Qi Jiajie and Chai Qingshan, who were equally famous as Shenyuan Qingfeng, were few and far from being as dazzling as Mount Hui Zi. There were even admirers who praised this chief of Wulin as the Grandmaster of Rouge. Not only was she a beauty who could enter the rankings, but she was also a martial arts grandmaster. In the entire world, only the Empress of West Chu, Jiang Sai, who was rumored to have died for her country, could be compared to her. Now that Jiang Sai was dead, the entire Jianghu seemed to feel lonely for Shenyuan Qingfeng. It was as lonely as the spectacular snow scene on the Great Snowfield today. The heavy snow was flying and covering the sky, but she was the only one enjoying it. She stopped at the edge of the Great Snowfield and looked into the distance. Her small oilpaper umbrella was covered with white snow. It was as if a beauty's hair had turned white. At this moment, a person stealthily appeared on the Great Snowfield. Huang Fengfua, who was standing on the second floor of the Moonless Tavern and staring at the figure in purple, suddenly became gloomy. He was about to float out of the tavern and throw the guy who dared to cross the thunder pool into the river outside the Great Snowfield to feed the fish. However, this deeply shrewd chief foreign minister of Mount Hui was shocked. Although Shenyuan Qingfeng did not make a sound and the beauty was still standing alone in the wind and snow, Huang Fengfua felt an aura rushing towards him, stopping him from making a move. Yes, it was an aura, not just an aura. Huang Fengfua respectfully took a step back to show that he understood. Huang Fengfua was puzzled. He was no stranger to that uninvited guest. He was an insignificant person who always liked to brag to others that he and the king of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian, had traveled the Jianghu together, had eaten and drunk together, had taken a boat together, and had gone to the Snow Mountain Villa together. He also said that the two of them were good friends who called each other brothers. Chapter 1784. Of course, Huang Fengfua did not believe in this absurd theory. He only believed that the two people who were as different as clouds and mud were just strangers who met by chance. The young king would not take it seriously, but the young man on the snow plateau would take it too seriously. As for why he could successfully settle down in Mount Hui, Huang Fengfua also found it strange. After all, after Shenyuan Qingfeng became the boss, Huang Fengfua had to deal with too many things. It was impossible for him to care about the background of a nobody. Now Mount Hui was divided into different classes. Although they were all guests, the difference in treatment between the first and the last guests was huge. The young man was the lowest guest in Mount Hui. He only had a small courtyard halfway up the mountain and lived with 2 other guests. His monthly income was no more than 20 to 30 taels of silver. In the town at the foot of Mount Hui, it wasn't even enough for him to have a decent drink. The young foreign official looked around cautiously, feeling uneasy. Today he had planned to come to the Great Snow Plateau to enjoy the scenery, and try to find an opportunity to get close to the Jianghu seniors who also had the same interest. He did not expect that after climbing up the mountain, he did not even see a shadow of a person. He wanted to go back home, but after walking in the snow for more than an hour, he did not want to give up, so he stumbled into the bull mound. In fact, the important foreign official near the top of the mountain had already received the news. This young man was far from being qualified to be notified by the servants on the Great Snow Plateau. Therefore, by a stroke of luck, he saw the immortal-like purple robe by the cliff. This was the first time he saw her after living under someone else's roof in Mount Hui. The first time he saw her was at the Snow Mountain Villa. The Jianghu friend named Shu Qi told him that he might as well go to Mount Hui to have a look. He also said that there was a woman who liked to wear purple dress who could be considered as a friend. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. However, it was hard to survive in Jianghu, especially for a rootless duckweed like him. No matter where he went, he would only be looked down upon. He had no choice but to wait for the right time and risk his life to meet this purple dress of Huishan Mountain. However, he didn't expect that after the woman narrowed her eyes and sized him up and confirmed that he didn't have the guts to lie, she actually nodded and agreed. He only remembered that under the gaze of those cold eyes, he was sweating profusely. He was still in a daze even after she left for a long time. Later on, he came to Mount Hui. Although he didn't reach the heavens in a single bound, at least he had a place to stay. He didn't have to wander around the Jianghu like a lonely ghost. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for more. He didn't have to worry about food and drink all year round and was perfectly content. After seeing her, he mustered up his courage and walked forward with difficulty. He didn't know if it was because the snow was difficult to walk on, or because he was in awe of her, but he walked with difficulty in his straw raincoat. When he finally walked a dozen steps behind her, a cold voice softly sounded, "I only remember that your surname is Huang." "I forgot your name." "Huang something." Her voice wasn't loud, but to his ears, it was no different from a clap of thunder exploding above his head. It turned out that this high and mighty woman, who was like a celestial being in heaven, still remembered his surname. Flattered, he quickly trotted a few steps forward and stopped a few steps behind and beside her. He lowered his head and bent over, smiling, reporting to Mountain Master, "This little one's surname is Huang, and my name is Quan. My surname is Quan, and my name is Cow. It's Quan, which means spring water." Huang Quan, who once pretended to be an experienced Jianghu person in front of Shu Qi, had gray hair at an early age. Indeed, he didn't look like a very likable young man. He quietly waited for her to continue, but there was no movement for a long time. This made him involuntarily panic. Could it be that his appearance disturbed her mood of admiring the snow? She gently shook the wrist holding the umbrella, and the snow on the surface of the oil paper umbrella suddenly flew into a mess. She didn't turn her head and only asked indifferently, "Have you heard of a person called Wen Hua?" Huang Quan said in fear and trepidation, Of course, of course. In the capital, he earned the nickname of Wen Busheng. He fought with the #1 swordsman in the capital, Qi Jiajie. At that time, even the Tongxi sword immortal Liu Baijie, who was the Minister of War, had a favorable impression of Wen Hua. Unfortunately, he suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. Now, the storytellers at the foot of the mountain all say that this peerless swordsman is Shu Qi. Oh, no, the new Prince Liang's good brother. Because of this, that prince even used Wen Hua's sword moves in the western regions. In one move, he beat Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was also one of the 4 great grandmasters of martial arts, out of the city. She asked again, "Then, are you envious?" Huang Quan smiled embarrassedly, "Naturally, I'm very envious. I used to diligently practice the sword, but unfortunately, I wasn't cut out for it. I quickly abandoned it and only know a few skills." At this point, Huang Quan paused for a moment and carefully said, It's because of the Mountain Lord's Bodhisattva's kindness that this little one is able to eat and drink at Mount Hui. This little one doesn't dare to forget the Mountain Lord's kindness in taking me in these 2 years. She didn't comment, but the corners of her mouth quietly curled up. She muttered to herself, although that guy surnamed Wen is very annoying, Wen Hua is indeed only one Wen Hua. It's like this to that person, and it's about the same to me. In this lifetime, if I want to meet this kind of disgraceful bastard again, it should be very difficult. The wind and snow on the mountain peak were too strong. Even if Huang Quan pricked up her ears, she couldn't clearly hear her soft muttering. She seemed to have lost interest in talking and said straightforwardly, presumably, you also know that that person sent many secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion to my moonless restaurant. Now, I'll give you a choice. You can either choose a secret manual at will and then go down the mountain to explore, or you can stay in my Mount Hui and be a low-class guest. Although you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, you won't have any future prospects. You don't need to speak. If you nod, you'll choose the first option. If you shake your head, you'll choose the second option. The extremely talkative Huang Quan subconsciously wanted to nag a little, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't utter a single word. Then, she suddenly woke up with a start. Her forehead was covered in sweat as she hurriedly shook her head. Huang Quan silently said in her heart, how could I not know my own weight? I can't endure hardships, and I don't have the innate talent to become an expert through practicing martial arts. I've long since known to obediently accept my fate. She calmly said, I understand. You can leave now. Huang Quan, who felt as if she had been granted amnesty, didn't dare to stay any longer. She turned around and left. However, after Huang Quan had taken a few steps, she softly said, I don't know if the person Mountain Chieftain spoke of treats me as a friend. No matter how much I boast to outsiders, in reality, I don't dare to think that person is my friend. However, no matter what, I, Huang Quan, am very happy to be able to meet that person. After saying this, Huang Quan's footsteps didn't stop as she left the large snowy plain. She didn't dare to secretly turn her head to look at her. When he left the mountain, he somewhat felt that he was too useless. However, after thinking about it again and again, he still felt that being able to meet Shu Qi in this life, meeting that young Jianghu man who was willing to let him eat and drink, and who would laugh and listen to his boasting, was something worth being happy about for the rest of his life. Shenyuan Qingfeng stood alone in the same place. The wind and snow fell one after another, making the world seem even more lonely. She slowly walked back to the moonless tower, which was said to be even taller than the Tide Listening Pavilion in Beiliang. She climbed up to the top floor. This floor was extremely transparent. Aside from those gold-threaded Phoebe Zhennan pillars, the entire building was practically empty. There was only a red sandalwood couch placed there. She put away her oil paper umbrella and bent over to lean against one of the pillars. Lying on the couch, she propped up her cheek with one hand and looked as far as her eyes could see to the west. The most special thing about this tower was that there were no walls or railings in the entire west side. With a single glance, one could see the large snowy plain and even the distant scenery outside of Mount Hui. Due to the heavy snow, there were very few young maidservants who could enter this floor of Moonless Tower to clean the rooms. They had already cleverly erected a silk screen on the west side to block the wind and snow and cut off the bitter cold. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. In terms of fortuitous encounters and wonderful opportunities, this woman was simply the darling of heaven and earth. First, she accidentally obtained a strange cultivation method from the library on the large snowy plain that could absorb other people's qi. Her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When she narrowly reached the first level, she also turned herself into a half-human half-ghost and her life was hanging by a thread. Later, she went to Beiliang and absorbed the fate of several imperial jade seals in the library of the Tide Listening Pavilion. Not only did she stabilize her cultivation, she also eliminated the huge hidden danger caused by the chaotic qi. Then, in the Battle of the River, she was defeated by Wang Xianji and sank to the bottom of the Guangling River. She actually survived the disaster and had good fortune afterward. Liu Songtao and Zhao Huangchao both helped her to advance her cultivation rapidly and reached the major celestial state in one fell swoop. She stopped Cao Changqing from entering Great Peace City outside the city. The conqueror of West Chu even gave her a golden millet dream, allowing her to dream for decades. How could the benefits she received be ordinary? No one dared to question her status as the chief of the Wulin alliance as a woman. Some even believed that among the young Jianghu grandmasters, only she, Shenyuan Qingfeng, had the chance to compete with the northwest vassal king. As her cultivation rose rapidly and she became the leader of the Jianghu south of the Yangtze River, the power of Mount Hui grew day by day and suppressed Mount Longhu. She said that pilgrims were not allowed to climb the mountain to burn incense on the 14th of every month. Thus, no one dared to go to Mount Longhu to make a wish and pray on that day. She once prevented the fourth prince, who was now the emperor, from climbing the snowy plain. She also once had the new Prince Liang send people from thousands of miles away to deliver several large boxes of secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion, as if she was entrusting him to me. She had also participated in the Battle of Great Peace City. She was like a bright moon hanging in the sky of Jianghu with Li Yang and the other two of the four great grandmasters of martial arts evaluation. Some people feared her, some hated her, and some respected her. But strangely, no one in the world seemed to like her very purely, even if her beauty was enough to enter the rankings. Even if countless men in Jianghu knew that as long as they could conquer this woman, it was equivalent to conquering half of Jianghu. Chapter 1785. She lived in seclusion on the top floor of the Moonless Tower. Her mood was unpredictable. Countless Jianghu masters who had pledged their loyalty to Mount Hui had been severely injured by her in a fit of anger. They had no fate with martial arts, but she was not unkind. On the contrary, when she was happy, she could casually reward her servants with valuable treasures such as luminous pearls. She could also casually give away the top-secret manuals that Jianghu dreamed of. She could also casually give them away in pairs. Unfortunately, no one could predict when she would be happy or why she would be happy. She opened her eyes and seemed to find the screen annoying. She gently waved her hand and the screen immediately shattered, flying with the snow. She left the beauty couch, picked up the oil paper umbrella, and left the Moonless Tower. She opened the umbrella again and walked to the edge of the cliff. She slowly reached out her hand and extended the oil paper umbrella. The snowflakes did not stop and snow gradually piled up in her palm. She softly repeated these two sentences. Meeting you, I am very happy. Meeting you, I am not happy. This purple dress, for the entire night, just stood there, one hand holding the umbrella and the other reaching out to catch the snow. Her body did not move at all. No one knew the reason. Later, rumors spread in Jianghu that the purple dress of Mount Hui had become an immortal on Earth overnight after watching the snow on the peak of Mount Hui. In the second year of Xiangfu, there was light snow. The air was cold and the snow was cold, but the ground was not cold and the snow was not heavy. The Dongyu Sword Pool, an ancient sect that had competed with the Wu family for the title All Sword Skills in the World originate from which family for hundreds of years, began to flourish after Song Nianqing's death and Chai Qingshan, an outsider, took over the position of sect master. Several old sword masters who had been silent for many years began to open their doors and accept disciples. There were constantly young people with amazing talent who entered the Dongyu Sword Pool to forge swords and practice swordsmanship. Li Yibai, who was born in a prestigious family in Jiangnan, no longer traveled. He stayed at the sword pool to help Chai Qingshan manage the affairs. Although Li Yibai's cultivation in the way of the sword grew slowly, this genius who was once as famous as Wu Liuding of the Sword Tomb, Qi Xianxia of Longhu Mountain, and Li Huoli of Yangbao of Ji Province, seemed to be enjoying himself. He was not worried about his martial realm. Meanwhile, the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice of the Liyang Imperial Court had also recruited many experts from the sword pool with great fanfare. With such a promising future, the number of young swordsmen who went to Dongyu Sword Pool for apprenticeship was as large as the number of carps crossing the river. During this period of time, sect master Chai Qingshan only had 2 disciples. One of them was grinning from ear to ear all day, while the other was frowning all day. Song Nianqing's eldest grandson, Song Tinglu, was one of the happiest. This was because he could now hear many people respectfully address him as martial uncle every day. This made the youth, who could only call Li Yibai senior brother for many years, feel that he had earned back his capital. On the other hand, Shan Yi was the one who was unhappy. She felt that those guys who were older than her made her sound old by calling her senior martial aunt. Song Tinglu still only worshipped Wen Busheng, who had become famous in one battle in Great Peace City. He liked to carry a simple self-made wooden sword at his waist every day. He liked to pretend to be old and experienced when others called him martial uncle. Then, when no one was looking, he would immediately crack open his mouth and laugh. On this day, it was sunny after the snow. Song Tinglu searched for a long time before he finally found his junior sister who was in a daze in a pavilion. Song Tinglu probably knew the taste of worry. After his junior sister came back from escape summer town in Beiliang, she began to like sitting alone in a daze. He righteously complained to his master that his junior sister was not willing to practice the sword. In the end, before the two men could criticize him, the girl casually said that she was comprehending the sword and dismissed both his master and senior brother. As the senior brother, the youth was naturally not convinced. In the end, his master had the two of them spar. His junior sister, who could only win after 100 moves, could take care of the youth within 80 moves. He lost again and again. From 80 moves to 70 moves and then to 60 moves, he lost all 3 battles. The results were worse each time. Naturally, the youth was given the nickname Song Busheng by junior sister Shan Yi. This nickname quickly spread in the Dongyu sword pool. There were 2 new female disciples who were older than the youth who would add Song Busheng before martial uncle when they called Song Tinglu. This made the youth both happy and worried. When Song Tinglu was about to enter the pavilion, Shan Yi suddenly said fiercely, "Remember, from now on, this pavilion is a forbidden area of our Dongyu sword pool. Without my permission, no one is allowed to set foot here. Not you, not senior brother Li, not even master." The girl looked at the dumbfounded youth and waved her hand. She said angrily, "I'll let it go today. Those who don't know are not guilty. Remember, don't do it again." Song Tinglu was helpless. He was used to his junior sister's wild ideas. The youth was already used to it. Song Tinglu said mysteriously in a low voice, "Junior sister, do you know that an important guest came to our sword pool today? Senior martial brother Li even used his most treasured tea set, and master also accompanied him." The girl did not care about being called junior sister by Song Tinglu today. She only said absent-mindedly, "Then why didn't you accompany him?" The youth curled his lips. "You know that I don't like tea. It's very bland and tasteless. Master promised me that in 2 years, I'll be allowed to drink. When that time comes, I'll definitely drink in big bowls." The girl sneered. "Why don't you just drink from a water vat? Isn't that more heroic?" The youth was speechless. In the past, he could not win an argument with her. Now, he could not even win a fight. The youth was a little depressed. The ignorant youth was far from understanding the matters between men and women. He was still far from understanding the melancholy in his crotch. Just as the youth was sulking, 3 people walked in from outside the pavilion. It was Master Chai Qingshan, senior brother Li Yibai, and a young Daoist in a Daoist robe. Shan Yi and Song Tinglu stood up at the same time. The 3 people walked quickly into the pavilion. Chai Qingshan smiled and introduced them to his 2 disciples. "This is little celestial Master Qi of Mount Longhu." Song Tinglu's eyes lit up. He said impatiently, I know. It's little Lu, little ancestor Qi Xianxia." Li Yibai knocked the youth's head with a chestnut and laughed angrily. "Juniors can't call elders by their names." Song Tinglu chuckled. Senior brother Li Yibai's teachings had obviously gone in one ear and out the other. The girl raised her face that had not fully grown and asked naively, "Daoist Qi, if you fought with the king of Beiliang, how many moves could you take?" Chai Qingshan's face was filled with anger when he heard this. He glared fiercely at his silly daughter. Qi Xianxia, who was visiting the Dongyu sword pool on the way, smiled and said, "If it was just a spar, I could take 10 moves or so. However, if it was a life-and-death battle with Hsu Fengnian, it would only take 1 move." The girl smiled and said, "Daoist Qi, if that's the case, you must be an expert." Qi Xianxia was stunned. He probably could not keep up with the girl's thoughts. Chai Qingshan and Li Yibai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Song Tinglu could not help but turn his head and roll his eyes. In his junior sister's eyes, as long as no one competed with that guy for the title of number one in the world, she did not care who was second or third in the world. Chai Qingshan instructed the two children, Tinglu, the two of you go outside the pavilion and practice a set of sword techniques that you are most familiar with. Let Mr. Qi give you pointers. This is a rare opportunity, so cheer up. Song Tinglu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He rushed out of the pavilion without another word and decisively unsheathed his wooden sword. The tip of the sword glowed, and the sword's momentum was continuous. Sword after sword flowed freely and endlessly. Li Yibai was very pleased. What a good sword, like a dragon. Most importantly, he could feel a vigorous aura from the sword's momentum. This junior brother would definitely become the pillar of the Dongyu sword pool in the future. On the other hand, Shan Yi was somewhat sloppy. She picked up the sword that she had personally forged in the Nanhua sword furnace and reluctantly walked out of the pavilion. She followed Song Tinglu's movements. Qi Xianxia observed the young man and woman's sword practice very seriously. He was very focused and did not miss anything. It did not seem like a sword elder who wanted to give pointers to a junior. Instead, it seemed like a junior was learning the sword from a senior. Li Yibai looked at Qi Xianxia and suddenly understood. It was rumored that this person had destroyed his cultivation that he had worked hard to cultivate for more than 20 years in Great Peace City. He wanted to start all over again. Only someone with such great perseverance could look at everything in the world with such a calm attitude. Song Tinglu finished practicing the ape-form sword that was said to have been made by the ancient immortals. He had a smug expression and asked Qi Xianxia, "Daoist Qi, how is my sword technique?" Qi Xianxia smiled and said, "Strength is in strength, weakness is in breath. In the future, when you practice the sword, you cannot just focus on the sword essence and ignore the moves. You should focus on being down-to-earth and studying the strengths of the swordsmen in the world. You can use the stones of other mountains to improve jade. You must not look down on other swords in the world because of the strong foundation of the Dongyu sword pool. You can expect to reach second grade in 3 years and hope to reach first grade in 10 years. If you can concentrate on consolidating the qi in your body, you may have a chance to reach celestial phenomenon." Song Tinglu frowned and said, "Only hope. I thought that reaching celestial phenomenon would be easy." Chai Qingshan laughed angrily and said, "You arrogant child. Don't talk nonsense in front of Sir Qi." Shan Yi originally thought that she had escaped a calamity, so she tiptoed with her sword, wanting to slip away. She did not expect the little celestial master of Mount Longhu to laugh and say, "Miss, you clearly have an innate sword embryo that only appears once in 100 years. Why are you squandering your innate talent? There is an ancient saying that says that if you give too much, you will be blamed. If you do not give enough, you will be punished. I hope that you will think carefully about this." The girl in white widened her beautiful eyes that were overflowing with qi and said innocently, "Daoist, don't accuse me wrongly. I am very diligent in practicing the sword. I will learn whatever my master wants me to learn. I never cut corners." Qi Xianxia's words made this mischievous girl speechless. For swordsmen, hard work comes second and heart comes first. The girl in white tilted her head as if she was confused. Chapter 1786. Qi Xianxia smiled knowingly. "I didn't want to say it at first, but I really don't want you to go astray and waste natural resources." The white-clothed girl suddenly raised her voice and said in a panic, "Don't say it, don't say it. I'm scared of you. I'll just practice my sword diligently in the future." Even Chai Qingshan and Li Yibai were confused. Was she trying to trick them? Just as Shan Yi had said, she had done everything Chai Qingshan wanted her to do. No matter what sword she practiced, her aura had increased a little. In fact, she had been improving almost every day. However, Qi Xianxia, an outsider who had met her for the first time, could see the clues at a glance. Perhaps it was because Chai Qingshan was a sword Dao grandmaster, or perhaps it was because this celestial master of Mount Longhu was indeed an immortal. Qi Xianxia asked curiously, "Can I know the reason?" The white-clothed girl blushed. "Don't ask. I won't say it." The girl glared at her master and senior brother Li, who were about to get to the bottom of the matter. she said angrily. I won't say it even if you beat me to death. In short, I'll practice my sword diligently in the future. Qi Xianxia smiled. I was wrong earlier. You should focus on practicing your sword. Chai Qingshan thought for a moment and understood. He felt relieved and frightened at the same time. Li Yibai and Song Tinglu didn't know what was going on, nor did they know why. They were like two outsiders and felt helpless. Song Tinglu, in particular, felt even more wronged. For some reason, after this junior sister walked the martial world, the taller she became, the more distant her heart became. This made the youth feel lost. Was it really like what the peers of the other sect said, that behind every beautiful junior sister stood one or even a few pitiful senior brothers who were full of disappointment? Qi Xianxia stood up and bowed. I'll take my leave now. You don't have to send me off. Chai Qingshan laughed. You don't have to. Just send me to the sect gate. Li Yibai smiled. That's right. Qi Xianxia was stunned and didn't insist. The three of them walked side by side, with Shan Yi and Song Tinglu following behind them. Li Yibai, who was already familiar with Qi Xianxia, asked softly, Are we going back to Mount Longhu next? Everyone knew that Mount Longhu was in trouble both internally and externally. First, the imperial court let Mount Qingcheng Taoist Wu Lingsu and Mount Longhu Taoist Mansion jointly rule the world, breaking the situation where only the Taoist Mansion had the surname of the imperial court. Then, the father and son Taoist master ascended together, and Zhao Shituan died mysteriously. None of the older generation of Taoist Mansion survived, especially after the battle outside the Imperial Astronomer's Gate. The king of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian, hurt the foundation of Mount Longhu. After that, Mr. White Lotus disappeared, leaving only Zhao Ningxin to return to Mount Longhu alone to preside over the overall situation. However, at the same time, the leader of the purple-clothed mountain, Shenyuan Qingfeng, appeared in the neighboring Mount Hui and Mount Wudang, which had been fighting for the Taoist ancestral court for hundreds of years, became more and more popular. In the eyes of outsiders, the several respected Taoist priests of Mount Longhu focused on cultivating the mind instead of cultivating the strength. Coupled with their awkward identities, Mount Longhu's reputation had fallen to the bottom. If Qi Xianxia could return to Mount Longhu to help Zhao Ningxin preside over the overall situation, there was some hope for this Taoist holy land to rise again in the imperial court and Jianghu. However, Qi Xianxia's answer was unexpected. This humble Daoist will first make a trip to Earthlung Mountain, then directly to Wudang's Little Lotus Peak. I want to see that little Daoist boy called Yu Fu and find out if he's really that person. This humble Daoist also wants to go to Beiliang to see one of my senior brothers. I want to know why he stayed there. After that, I will return to Mount Longhu to concentrate on cultivation. Chai Qingshan grunted in agreement. That's good too. It just so happens that I also want to make a trip to the Northwest Pass. Sir Qi, when are you leaving? Let me know and we'll go together. Qi Xianxia smiled. All right. Li Yibai was deeply worried. Martial uncle, how can I take on such a great responsibility? Chai Qingshan asked back, why can't you? Qi Xianxia returned to Li Yibai's good friend's previous words. That's exactly right. The white-clothed girl suddenly made a solemn vow. Master, I've thought it through. From today onwards, not only will I focus on practicing the sword, I will also put my heart and soul into forging a sword. I will use this sword wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. I've even thought of a name. Song Tinglu was incomparably curious. What's it called? The white-clothed girl rolled her eyes. I'm not telling you. Chai Qingshan smiled and turned to look at his disciple. With a kind expression, he said, All right, Master will tell that person the name of the new sword that has yet to be forged. The girl shyly said, Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The youth was even more confused. Master, junior sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand even more. Li Yibai touched his forehead. What a headache. Qi Xianxia turned to the youth and said meaningfully, It's rare to be confused. It's a blessing not to understand. Actually, the white-clothed girl who didn't understand this sentence said in all seriousness, That's right. Chai Qingshan and the other two laughed at the same time. The youth didn't know what they were laughing about, but when he saw the girl's beautiful smile, he also laughed. Smoke rose into the air in the desert, and the sun set over the long river. The scenery outside the pass was lonely and especially magnificent. In an elegant and quiet courtyard in North Jade City, a young man squatted on the steps and basked in the sun. The warm winter day made people drowsy. A young woman with her eyes closed the entire time was putting winter pickles in the corner of the wall. They were almost piled up into another small wall. The unique sour smell filled the courtyard. The young man was probably afraid that he would fall asleep just like that, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. Kui Hua, what do you think that when fellow is doing now? Is he still going to stick to every pretty girl he sees? The woman who seemed to be blind raised her arm and wiped her sweat. She smiled and said, I don't think so. I'm guessing that he's most likely got married, got a wife, found a job, had a child, and lived a comfortable life like this. She, who had always been known for her reticence, would only speak a little more when she talked about the young wanderer who had met them in Great Peace City and then left Great Peace City. The young man said worriedly, it would be best if this is the case, but he was so miserable when he left Jing. Can it really be so smooth? Also, that brat is someone with a lofty heart. Is he used to the hard life of a commoner? The woman called Kui Hua shook her head and said, I believe him. This time, the young man who was not jealous sighed and said, I'm really cheap. In the past, when that guy called me Wu Liuyang every day, I was always angry. But after not hearing this bullshit nickname for such a long time, I felt uncomfortable. Thinking about it now, it wasn't much to let that brat rub off your pickled vegetable noodles. I was petty at the time and shouldn't have insulted him so much. She said, what's the point of insulting him? Every time we quarrel, aren't you the only one who is angry? The young man nodded and said, that's true. Then he said angrily, Hsu Fengnian is good at fighting, when Bushing is good at quarreling. No wonder the two can be brothers. The woman said softly, they are brothers in hardship. The young man unconsciously imitated that when Bushing's signature action and dug at his pants. I'm also slightly depressed. The woman who had her back to him and did not see this scene, but understood, frowned. She complained, don't learn the good, learn the bad. The young man snickered and raised his head to look at the sun. He didn't know where that guy was. Was he also basking in the sun with nothing to do? He muttered to himself, strange, strange. Demon Head Zhu is such a proud freak. Didn't he say that no one other than NG Tai is a match? He's actually willing to be that Shu's hatchet man. I heard that Grandpa Jian also told that guy about his life's work. He wanted that Shu guy to help him achieve his wish and practice those 2 or 3 sword moves. Our ancestor said that those sword moves are not the sword of the human world. Even if Ancestor Lu was alive, he might not be able to use them. What's even more infuriating is that Aunt Naylin is already so old, yet she still wants to be surnamed Shu every day. I feel ashamed for her. Rouge reviews, 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 so what? How many years has it been? Even if she looks like a 30-year-old woman, so what? Does Aunt Naylin really want to eat young grass? Alas, I'm at my wit's end. Uncle Xie and Baldy Kui aren't any better. Ever since they exchanged pointers with that guy, he's been calling himself the King of Beiliang. My ears are getting calluses. I think if this goes on, these guys will become more Beiliang than the native Beiliang people. The door was suddenly pushed open. A beautiful woman who was gnashing her teeth stood there. She put on a fake smile and said, oh, little Wu, you're worrying about the country and the people again. Aunt Naylin is very distressed for you. It's just that we know ourselves. We're already old and faded. Don't you feel horrified just by looking at us? The current sword crown of the sword tomb, Wu Liuding, grimaced. He quickly got up and smiled apologetically. Aunt Naylin, you're here. Why didn't you knock on the door? Why are you standing at the door? Could it be that the King of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian, is standing there? The woman, whose real name was Naylin Yujin, turned her head and looked at the door. She smiled and said, Prince, please come in. Our Wu family's sword crown has been saying good things about you for a long time. Shouldn't you thank him? Wu Liuding rushed into the room and closed the door. I'm not feeling well. I refuse to see any guests. Kui Hua shook her head helplessly. Nalan Yujin smiled knowingly and walked into the courtyard alone. She closed her eyes and sniffed hard. She clicked her tongue and said, "Yes, yes, this is the smell. Aunt has waited bitterly for a year." Kui Hua stopped what she was doing and turned around to look at the woman who had suffered in the Wu family's sword tomb with a smile. She said softly, "Aunt, what's the matter?" Nalan Yujin smiled and said, "Even if it's a big matter, it's better to talk about it with your pickled vegetable noodles." Chapter 1787. Wu Liuding gently opened the door and said in a bitter tone, "Aunt Nalan, why are you scaring people? Be careful that I don't let Kui Hua add green onions and fried eggs to your noodles." The woman gave him a coquettish look and joked, "In this family, your words don't count." Wu Liuding immediately smiled and ran behind her. "Are your shoulders sore? Do you want to rub them?" The woman laughed and scolded, "Now you know how to flatter. It's too late. You men can take revenge for 10 years, but we women hold grudges for 100 years. While Nalan Yujin was sitting in a chair and patiently waiting for the pickled cabbage noodles, Wu Liuding helped her rub her shoulders. "Holding grudges is one thing, but I still have to rub them. My filial piety can be seen by the sun and moon." The young Jian Guan was too familiar with this woman, so he spoke without restraint. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Aunt Nalan, your scenery is so magnificent that it's out of control. I can't even see where your legs are. I'm curious. If later that guy surnamed Shu suddenly wants to hug you, won't it be very difficult to hug you?" The woman was neither angry nor shy. Instead, she smiled and said, "This flattery is refreshing. Aunt will accept it." Wu Liuding said with a mischievous grin, "Aunt Nalan, your shamelessness can be said to have been cultivated for 1,000 years. When I get back, I'll definitely tell that Shu fellow that if there comes a day when North Rejecting City is about to fall, I'll have him invite Aunt to the top of the city wall. Then, the northern Mang barbarians can forget about crossing this city wall." The woman gently shook her shoulders and deftly flicked away Wu Liuding's hands. "Brat, get out of my way." Wu Liuding pulled a chair and sat beside her. He put away his cynical look and asked seriously, "Aunt, you don't really like that brat, do you? What's so good about him? He's just a little handsome, a little good at martial arts, and a little big title. He's absolutely not good enough for you." Nalan Yujin bent over and knocked on the young man's forehead with her finger. "You can't change your habit of eating shit. How many times have I told you not to joke so seriously? Women in the world are most worried about this kind of man. They are afraid that he is unreliable." Wu Liuding maliciously glanced at the beautiful scene of the woman pressing down heavily on the table. Then, he deliberately held the table with a terrified expression. "Auntie, be careful. Don't collapse the table. You have to compensate the surnamed Shu." Nalan Yujin turned her head and said with a smile, "Tsuehua, Wu Liuding secretly asked me whether you like him or secretly like Hsu Fengnian." Wu Liuding was really terrified now. He waved his hand and said with a sad face, "Auntie, I'll kneel down for you. Please don't make this kind of joke. Kui Hua really won't talk to me for a whole month." Not long after, Tsuehua walked into the room with 2 bowls of pickled vegetable noodles. One bowl was placed in front of Nalan Yujin and the other bowl was placed in front of Wu Liuding. However, she forgot to bring him a pair of chopsticks. Nalan Yujin made a face at Wu Liuding who wanted to cry but didn't dare to take the chopsticks. Then, she comfortably ate the noodles and added oil to the fire. Eating noodles with chopsticks is so fragrant. Wu Liuding sat on the chair and looked down, not moving at all. When Nalan Yujin almost finished the bowl of noodles, Tsuehua asked, "Are you unhappy because I don't like Hsu Fengnian?" Wu Liuding said firmly, "You can beat me to death." "Oh," she said indifferently. "Go get the chopsticks." Wu Liuding was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He ran to get a pair of chopsticks and sat down. He lowered his head and wolfed down the noodles. Nalan Yujin put down her chopsticks and leaned back comfortably against the back of the chair. She sighed and said, "When I was waiting for death in the sword tomb, I wanted to leave that damned place so badly that I almost went crazy. Now that I'm out, I don't know why, but I miss that place where there are only swords. However, although I miss it, I definitely don't want to go back. Wu Liuding finished the pickled vegetable noodles and wiped his mouth. He looked like he hadn't had enough. Naylan Yujin said seriously, there's something that HSU Fengnian asked me to tell you too. He changed his mind and doesn't intend to fulfill the oath that the 100 of us made with the Wu family's sword tomb. Instead, he wants us to leave as we wish. If he's afraid that the Wu family will settle accounts later, it's fine. He will make a mess and let those who are willing to leave go to the relatively peaceful gourd mouth of Yuju to pick on those soft persimmons. Each of us will kill 100 Beimang barbarians. Then, we can go wherever we want. Before I came here, everyone discussed it. Now, it's up to you. Wu Liuding frowned and said in a deep voice, Aunt Naylan, do you think he's playing hard to get? Or is he just trying to buy people's hearts? The woman shook her head and said, HSU Fengnian really intends to do so. I'm sure of this. Of course, the reason why he's so magnanimous isn't entirely because he's doing good deeds. It's because Demon Zhu, sword maniac Helion, and a large group of people have long been determined to stay in Beiliang. After all, each of them has their own goals. They want fame, benefits, benevolence, and justice. Those who really want to leave are only 20 or so people. Maybe the older they get, the more afraid they are of death. Or maybe they miss their hometown too much. They don't want to die outside the pass. They want to die in the most familiar place. I guess HSU Fengnian just wants peace of mind. Instead of letting some people reluctantly die in battle with the Beiliang cavalry, it's better to let everyone who stays in the end come to Jianghu willingly and die on the battlefield. Wu Liuding sneered and said, I told you that this guy is the most shrewd businessman in the world. He never makes a losing deal. Naylan Huayu sighed and said, if he wasn't shrewd, the Beimang barbarians would have already destroyed the family property that Butcher left for him. Wu Liuding whispered, Auntie, you don't really like that guy, do you? Naylan Huayu stretched out her fingers and lifted the hair on her temples. She shook her head and laughed, Brat, you're really stupid. How old am I? How old is HSU Fengnian? Wu Liuding nodded in agreement and said, I told you, Auntie won't like that guy. Cuehua was silent. Naylan Huayu smiled charmingly and said, that's the matter. What do you two think? No matter what, we're still people of the Wu family's sword tomb. No matter what, we'll listen to you. Wu Liuding thought for a while and said, in that case, let the 20 or so people find an excuse to go to Yuju and join the army. But killing 100 people is the bottom line. There's no discussion. As for the other 80 people, they'll stay with me and Cuehua in this north-resisting city. Whether they die in battle or wait for death, don't regret it in the future. Naylan Yujin nodded, since you said so, I know what to do. That's good. She stood up and didn't leave the room immediately. Instead, she took a slight detour and walked to Wu Liuding's side. She touched the young man's head and said, Brat, you've finally grown up. Auntie is very pleased. Auntie also has something to say to you and Cuehua. We're outsiders who have entered the sword tomb. After so many years, we know how many people have gone crazy in the Wu family's sword tomb, committed suicide, or went mad. There aren't many normal people left. It's not easy to gather 100 people, but it's already the limit of the Wu family. Your Wu family's ancestor is not without selfishness. In the end, the reason why the Wu family's fortune has been standing for 200 years is because of the Wu family's 9 swords. But now, the 9 swords have become our 100 swords. That's why the 20 or so people are nervous in their hearts. They must ask me, Naylan Yujin, to come here to ask for a valid letter. Otherwise, even if HSU Fengnian asks them to leave, they will never dare to leave. Who doesn't know the Wu family's ancestors' methods? We are all afraid from the bottom of our hearts. Wu Liuding took a deep breath and said with determination in his eyes, as a junior, I don't dare to say anything bad about my ancestor. But, Auntie, you can rest assured. Those 20 or so people, my Wu family's sword tomb will treat them as if they have died outside the pass. This sentence is said in front of Auntie, and even in front of the ancestor, it's the same. Every word is a nail, no ambiguity. Naylan Huayu nodded and turned to leave. When he walked to the door, he turned his head and smiled, practicing the sword, You can also practice the sword in bed. The corner of Wu Liuding's mouth twitched. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Cuehua. She suddenly opened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and squeezed out word by word from her teeth. Want to practice the sword? Get the hell out of here. Wu Liuding subconsciously picked up the chopsticks and pulled the noodles in the empty bowl. She closed her eyes, and when he lowered his head, the corner of her mouth curled up. Then she heard Wu Liuding say something inexplicable. Cuehua, it's not that I can't accept that Auntie Nalan likes Hsu Fengnian, but I don't want Hsu Fengnian to be the only one who doesn't like her. Cuehua didn't know what to say, so she could only say, I'm listening. Finally, Wu Liuding said something unlucky. Cuehua, I said you can't be angry, but even if you are angry, I have to say it this time. If, one day in the future, both of us are destined to die on the battlefield, I must die before you, because if I see you die before me, I will feel worse than death. Cuehua thought for a moment and said slowly, actually, it's nothing, because if I die first, I will also wait for you on the road to the underworld. I will wait for you to follow me, so you don't have to be sad. But if I die first, and you die too late, I will be really angry. Wu Liuding's eyes were moist, and he held Cuehua's hand. Cuehua tilted her head and asked, you want to die now? Wu Liuding shook his head, but this time, he didn't let go of her hand. And this time, she didn't break free. You are called Cuehua, and I am called Liuding. 6 big cauldrons, how many pounds of pickled cabbage can they hold? So, the two of us are the best match in the world. Even Nalan Yujin, who was close to them in the sword tomb, didn't know that Sword Crown Wu Liuding and Sword Attendant Cuehua were actually born on the same day, month, and day. Even the time was almost the same. Chapter 1788. But presumably, the entire Wu family sword tomb believed that these two people, regardless of whether they were young now or old in the future, would die at the same time. Many years later, many years after the Great Battle of Liang Mang, a white-haired old man lay on a sickbed. When the oil in his lamp ran out, he could no longer open his eyes. He could only mumble, Cuehua, I want to eat pickled vegetables again. The old woman who sat at the head of the bed and gently held his hand, leaning over his ear with difficulty. In reality, she could no longer hear clearly, but she knew what he was saying. So she said gently, we don't have any more pickled vegetables at home, but when we get underground, I'll make some for you. He was dead. She was also dead. There was no deeper love in the world than this. A travel-worn man first traveled from the border between western Shu and southern Zhao, all the way north to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Then he hurried to North Resisting City. He had no choice but to go to Qingcang City in Liuju. Finally, he went straight to Linyaro military town, which was even closer to the western regions. Only then did he finally find his fellow disciple who was carrying a wicker basket and picking up cow dung. Looking at his 4th junior apprentice brother who was much older than him, the young man heard the general story. He held back his laughter and said, it's really been hard on you. Even my legs feel like jelly when I hear about the trekking of mountains and rivers. This inarticulate man who had taken countless wrong paths was Lu Huang of Martial Emperor City, who had escorted the Yang sisters out of the western region. He looked at his eldest senior brother, Groom Yu, and asked, why have you come to northern Liang? Yu Groom hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to be honest. I might disappoint you if I tell you the truth, but I didn't come here for revenge. At that time, I went to Liaodong with green-robed man, and for some reason, I wanted to come to the northwest to take a look. I probably didn't believe that the northern Liang cavalry was the best in the world. Of course, I also had the intention to vent some of my anger on behalf of the Central Plains. The target of this anger is both the northern Mang and northern Liang. There's no need to say much about the northern Mang barbarians. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions applies to both the grasslands and the Central Plains. 1,000 years ago, it was a dead knot that couldn't be untied. As for Beiliang, I also have some resentment. Why do you think only your Beiliang frontier army can guard the country's gate? We Jianghu people are not necessarily inferior. Unexpectedly, Lu Huang, who was originally the most stubborn of the same sect, did not get angry. He only nodded. Yu Groom smiled and asked, You're not going to scold me? Lu Huang said in a low muffled voice, I used to scold people, but not now. I've met HSU Fengnian. What he said made sense. Who is our master? Why does he need a bunch of good-for-nothing disciples like us to avenge him? We will be laughed at by our master in heaven. Besides, HSU Fengnian also said that our master only wanted to lose. It's not that HSU Fengnian really won. I still don't understand. It's similar to what master said about Li Chungang. I'm afraid this is where I'm not as good as you, senior apprentice brother. I can't let go of what I should let go of. I don't know how to pick up what I should pick up. I can't understand it in this lifetime. In the end, I even threw away my sword. I don't even have the courage to find it back. Yu Groom was silent. Lu Huang pulled the corner of his mouth and said bitterly, I carried Master's body to Mount Kunlun and buried it at the top of a mountain. You can go and pay your respects when you have the chance. I'll lead the way. Yu Groom sighed, fourth junior apprentice brother, you've changed a lot. Lu Huang did not deny, it's not a good thing. Maybe I won't even have the heart to practice martial arts in the future. If there really is such a day, senior apprentice brother, I hope you can treat it as if Martial Emperor City never had such a person as Lu Huang. Yu Groom smiled, I don't like to hear that. Lu Huang said self-deprecatingly, I'm not good at saying nice things. Yu Groom carried a wicker basket and brought Lu Huang. The two martial arts masters walked and stopped on the grassland outside Lin Yarrow military town. Yu Groom did not speak and Lu Huang was a taciturn person. The two of them walked in silence. As the disciples of Martial Emperor City's Castellan Wang Xianji, they should have the deepest understanding of Jianghu. Before HSU Fengnian appeared, the Central Plains had already recognized that the Jianghu they lived in was unprecedentedly grand. Compared to Jiao Shulu and Liu Songtao's era, although their teacher Wang Xianji also won for 60 years, people like Cao Changqing, Ng Tai, Jiyu Zhentang, the white-robed monk Li Dangshan and the sickly tiger Yang Taisui, these people from the three sects did not have all their glory stolen by Wang Xianji. Each of them had their own style and shone brightly. Therefore, it could be said that the Jianghu of Liang met with a fruitful year. But if one counted with their fingers those outstanding martial grandmasters, especially after Cao Changqing died outside Tian City, all the Jianghu people would probably sigh. In just 5 or 6 years, so many grandmasters had died in Liang. Jian Zhehuang died outside Wuwu City, the world's 11th Wang Mingyan died outside Xiangfan City, the invincible Wang Xianji died in Beiliang, the Catman Han Shengxian died outside Shenwu City, the Dongyu sword Pulsong Nianqing died, Yang Taisui died outside Shiyu Pass, Li Chungang who returned to the land of immortals died after Wanli Boro sword, Liu Songtao who returned to the Jianghu after 100 years died on Guangling River, Wudang's sword maniac Wang Xiaoping died on the way to the river, Shenyuan Jingcheng and Shenyuan Dandan both died in their own great snow plains, the number 1 general of Nanjiang, Wang Tongshan, died on the battlefield, the Dragon Tree Monk died outside Beimang's Gate of Heaven, Qi Jiajie died in Fusha town at the foot of Mount Wudang, the gatekeeper of Tian City, Liu Haosha, died outside that city, Wudang's Hong Shixiang reincarnated, the father and son of Mount Longhu ascended together, while sighing softly, he also felt a little fortunate. Because when the older generation was withering, looking back, the Liyang River Lake was still filled with new experts. Among them, HSU Fengnian was the leader of the group and fought against Wang Xianji. In the Great Peace City, he fought against 2 people. In the western region, he fought against Tuoba for thousands of miles. It could be said that the young vassal king had fought against all the great masters of the present age. Groom Yu stopped and his shoulders shook as if he was weighing the weight of the cow dung in the wicker basket on his back. He then turned to Lu Huang and said, Actually, I know that among the few of us, you are the most scheming. Among the martial brothers, you and I are the most pure in sword training and do not involve ourselves in other things. Therefore, you have always been comparing yourself with me. Probably in your eyes, Master is a huge mountain that is too tall and almost insurmountable. As for me, I am a small mountain of that huge mountain. Only when you have stepped over that mountain would you have the qualifications to challenge Master. Just like Jian Zhehuang and the other people of the Jianghu, they climbed up the martial emperor city with the identity of a challenger. Therefore, You gave up on the sword intent and focused on the sword art. You did not hesitate to walk with a limp on the sword Dao just to be able to suppress me. Lu Huang didn't deny or admit it. Groom Yu shifted his line of sight and looked at the boundless yellow sand of the desert. He smiled and said, however, after I walked out of the martial emperor city, I realized one thing. If Master didn't leave the Eastern Sea and we didn't leave the martial emperor city, then we would have to live in Master's shadow for the rest of our lives. Coincidentally, this was an ending that Master didn't want to see. Master hoped that each of us would achieve something. He hoped that my sword intent wouldn't be weaker than Li Chuangang's. He hoped that Lu Huang's sword art would be comparable to Ng Tai's. He hoped that Gong Qiu would be able to become a great master by gathering the strengths of various sects. Fourth junior brother, Master didn't ask for anything in return for the teachings that he taught us. Since we are swordsmen, then we have to respect the 3-foot sword in our hands. We shouldn't have a guilty conscience because our opponents are invincible, and we shouldn't have doubts because the sword Dao is difficult. Speaking until here, Groom Yu smiled and asked, do you know which swordsman I admire the most in the past 100 years? Lu Huang shook his head. Chapter 1789. Groom Yu smiled happily. Wang Xiaoping, Wudang sword maniac Wang Xiaoping. In my heart, Wang Xiaoping used Shinshu to block our master's footsteps in the battle of blocking the river. Wang Xiaoping's sword after death was the voice of all the swordsmen in the world. Lu Huang frowned. He didn't understand why the proud senior brother Yu Groom would fall in love with a loser's swordsmanship. Groom Yu looked fascinated and said softly, people can die, but swords can break. People and swords can't retreat. Lu Huang clearly felt that when Groom Yu said these words, his aura suddenly soared, just like the tide at the top of the martial emperor city. It gradually rose and finally surged with the power of the world. Groom Yu's aura disappeared in an instant. He regained his calmness and said seriously, we shouldn't always think about being the best in the world. If the cultivators of Taoism only look at Ancestor Lu, the martial artists only think about defeating our master, and the swordsmen all try to surpass Li Chungang, then what is the meaning of life? Of course, we can have such thoughts, but we can't be the only one. If our obsession is too deep, we won't be able to see the beauty of the world. Lu Huang sighed, my sword heart is pure, I won't lose to you. My sword heart is deep, I'm not as good as you. Groom Yu smiled, you're wrong. Lu Huang was curious. Groom Yu stretched out a finger and shook it, you're the one who's not as good as me. Lu Huang was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Groom Yu suddenly looked to the north. North was Beimang's southern dynasty with millions of cavalry. The young man smiled gently, junior brother, you're already in your 40s, when are you going to find a wife? Lu Huang followed his gaze and looked to the north. He rarely joked, I'm also worried. Groom Yu was silent for a moment and said, it's strange. Master is willing to give the greatest kindness to the people of Liang Jianghu. No matter who comes to the city to challenge him, he will be the whetstone to sharpen his martial arts. Master doesn't care about it and is happy to see it. Only Beimang Jianghu has never shown any kindness. Even Tuoba looked down on him. That year. Therefore, I thought that one day, I will fight with Bodhisattva Tuoba and let him know one thing. My master looks down on you, Bodhisattva Tuoba. You have no choice but to accept it. Lu Huang said somewhat helplessly, so you came to the northwest to pick up cow dung? Groom Yu narrowed his eyes and said, fourth junior brother, you don't know, but this place is vast, with thousands of stars like candles. Even the artistic conception will be different if you poop in this place. Lu Huang sighed, after you left the city, you have changed a lot. Yu Groom dismissed it with a laugh. Lu Huang smiled, but I like it. The bridegroom Yu in the past was extremely talented. He was once called Li Chungang by his master, Wang Xianji. He was handsome and elegant. Which woman in the martial emperor city did not admire him? But at that time, Lu Huang was never close to the groom. Lu Huang still liked the guy in front of him who carried a wicker basket and spoke vulgarly. Therefore, Lu Huang coldly snorted, although my sword Dao is not as good as yours, when it comes to killing people on the battlefield, you may not be able to beat me. Yu Groom said carelessly, then let's compete when the time comes. Lu Huang smiled. Let's make it clear first. If you surrender, you lose half of the battle. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Lu Huang suddenly said, after I escorted a pair of sisters to Western Shu, on the way back, I accidentally met 4 people. I only know the name of that Nanjiao number 1, Wei Miao. There was a middle-aged man with the surname Qi. He carried a sword case and his sword aura was quite heavy. There was also a young man and woman. The woman carried a guqin and should not be underestimated. However, the young man seemed ordinary. Yu Groom said softly, I also heard that Lin Hongyuan, Ji Luan, and Cheng Baishuang came from Nanjiang's Dragon Palace. There was also a master of knife skills, Maro Shulang. The Central Plains is full of storms in the northwest. Lu Huang smiled, it's really lively. On Mount Wudang, an old Taoist named Yu Xingrui went down the mountain with a sword on his back. The chief Li Yufu and the little Taoist boy Yufu sent him off to the memorial arch of Wudang Dangxing. In a dilapidated ancient city that had appeared in countless poems, there was a person in white sitting on the low wall where foxes and rabbits roamed. In the sunset, she was Luoyang. She was looking at the former capital of Da Qin, Luoyang City. Once missed, you will miss it forever. Suddenly, another person in white appeared behind her. The woman was tall. Luoyang did not turn her head. She said softly, Tantai Pingjing, don't be like me. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before there would be no such thing as a next life. Therefore, some things would be settled in this life. If there was someone you liked, you could openly say that you liked her. If there is someone you owe, say sorry. Tantai Pingjing asked, are you waiting for someone? Luoyang lifted the flagon and drank a mouthful of liquor. This time, I'm afraid that I can't wait. Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment and said, in fact, the person you liked 800 years ago is no longer in this world. Why are you waiting in the world? Luoyang narrowed her eyes and smiled intoxicatingly, because in this life, I suddenly found that the person I like is actually in the world. If I can, I will like him for the next 800 years. Tantai Pingjing wanted to say something but stopped. Luoyang stood up slowly and threw the wine flask to the Qi Refinement Warrior Grandmaster. He smiled and said, I can give you the wine, but I will not give my man to you. I will not give it to anyone. Tantai Pingjing originally wanted to fight. At the very least, she should say some harsh words to save her face. But somehow, in front of this domineering woman, Tantai Pingjing couldn't say anything. Luoyang looked around, as if she wanted to take a good look at this city for the last time. This ancient city was named after her by the great Qin dynasty's emperor. She smiled and said to herself, what North Rejector city? Luoyang City sounds so nice. When I reach the border, you can change your name. Tantai Pingjing felt strange. He's willing to listen to you? Luoyang asked, does he dare not to listen? Tantai Pingjing was speechless. That day, outside North Rejector City, Beimang staked everything on one throw. 400,000 cavalrymen pressed the border. Hsu Fengnian, who was wearing a king's robe, rushed down the city wall alone with a cold saber at his waist. Jiang Genai, who was wearing a white dress, climbed up the city wall and placed the red sandalwood sword case under the war drum. After taking a deep breath, she picked up the drumsticks with both hands and started to beat the drum, when the first Beimang war drum sounded between heaven and earth. Outside the city, Xu Fengnian stood alone in front of the northern Mang army. His sideburns fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. A figure landed on the battlefield like a meteor. A middle-aged man, who was standing on the left side of Hsu Fengnian, had his hands behind his back and an ordinary iron sword at his waist. He said, NG Tai is here. Amidst the drumming, another figure plummeted down and stood to Xu Fengnian's right. She only said her name loudly, Luoyang. A man wielding a spear descended from the sky and landed heavily on the battlefield. He shouted, Xu Yanbing of northern Liang. A woman in a purple dress jumped down and said coldly, Mount Hui Snow Meadow, Shenyuan Qingfeng. A blood-red robe flew down. Xu Ying. War drum after war drum. Meteor after meteor fell. They lined up on the left and right sides of the young king. Suaxia Valley. Dong Yu sword pool chai ching shan. Wu dong yu xing rue. Wu family sword tomb Wu liu ding. Sword servant Tsue Hua. Shui Song official Shui Song. Dragon Tiger Mountain Qi Shenxia. Martial Emperor City Yu Groom. Lu Huang. Dragon Palace Cheng Bai Shuang. Nanjiang Maro Shulang. Nanjiao Wei Miao. On the line between Beimang's cavalry and North Jebei City, 18 people, 18 martial arts masters, gathered outside North Jebei City. This had not happened in the past 1,000 years, and it would not happen in the next 1,000 years. What was invincible in the world? This was it. The sound of the Beimang cavalry's hooves and war drums sounded so heroic. Outside the Northwest Pass, in front of the army, those people announcing their names one after another, how could they not show off the style of the Central Plains? Jiang Genai beat the drum like thunder and shouted, "Kill!" She was as elegant as the king of Beimang's concubine, Wu Su. Hsu Fengnian held his cold sword and said, "Kill!" Almost at the same time, all the masters on the line said the word kill. They wanted to fight against 400,000 cavalry with 18 people. Chapter 1790. When the 8,000 Dongzhuo private cavalry moved according to the agreement, they were shocked to find that less than a tenth of their horse stables were left. Only Yelu Chucai and Lin Fu were left, and there were 20 to 30 cavalry at their sides. It could be said to be extremely tragic. From this point on, Beimang entered an awkward situation where all of their elite horse stables were dead, while the other side still had hundreds of Beiliang crossbowmen. This meant that in this Dragon Eye Scout battle, both sides had calculated everything. Unfortunately, Beiliang was still a level higher. When the commander of the 8,000 cavalry, Agudamu, saw this scene, he was angry out of humiliation, but also a bit nervous. His Majesty the Emperor had declared that he would wipe out all of the Beiliang crossbowmen, yet the outcome was so unexpected. Like this, if he dared to let go of a fish that escaped the net today, he might not be able to bear the consequences. This valiant cavalry general, whose name symbolized vastness on the grasslands, roared angrily. He had those black crows and black foxes slide past the edge of his cavalry formation, and then began to chase after those Beimang crossbowmen who turned their horses around at almost the same time. If it was a normal battle between the grassland's main light cavalry and Beiliang's crossbowmen, no matter how great the disparity in numbers was, relying on the crossbowmen's Beiliang horses, it would be extremely difficult to intercept and kill. However, today, the crossbowman could be said to be truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Their crossbows had no arrows, and their horses were tired. They had long pulled out their blades to kill the enemy. As such, these last seeds of crossbowmen who had penetrated deep into the Dragon Eye's hinterland, in front of the 8,000 cavalry who were full of vigor, were not something that they could escape just because they wanted to. Agudamu set up a giant oxhorn bow that didn't conform to the northern Mang cavalry structure, adjusting his breathing and aim while riding on the continuously rising and falling horseback. The bow was pulled back like a full moon, and with a peng noise, the arrow's momentum was like rushing thunder, shooting through the back of a wandering crossbowman. The force behind the arrow was ferocious, to the extent where not only did the entire arrow pass through his body, it also almost struck a second rider's back. Agudamu, who still hadn't had his fill, smacked his lips, trying to find a certain young face among the wandering crossbowmen. With a loud and sinister laugh, he said, "Boys, whoever can cut off the head of the wandering crossbowman Captain Li Hanlin, this old one will immediately make him a 1,000-man commander." The sound of horse hooves, dust flew into the air, and the laughter of the grassland cavalry whistled through the air. As the number 1 cavalry commander under Dongzhuo's command, even though his status wasn't as high as the other 2 Dongzhuo infantry commanders, after hanging out with Fatty Dong, who used to be the great king of the southern courtyard for a long time, Agudamu, who came from an ordinary background, was promoted to a commander after accumulating battle contributions. He had also seen many great scenes, to the extent where he even had the fortune to meet the emperor in the king's tent. When that seemingly amiable old woman heard his name, she, who was in a rather good mood, even cracked a joke, saying that this name was good, that he was blessed with good fortune, that Northern Mang would definitely be able to seize a vast territory with his name. Agudamu took this as an honor and was determined to one day ride his horse to the banks of the Guangling River and follow his benefactor, Dong Zhuo, to open up new territory so that his children and grandchildren could freely ride their horses in the rich Jiangnan of the Central Plains. He was bound to make those generations of scholars tremble in fear under the hooves of grassland horses. Although Agudamu's attitude was domineering and he had entered a great situation where he could pick up the heads of the enemies wherever he went, this rough man was far from being as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. Not only did he order half of the cavalry not to charge with all their might, he also sent out 2 groups of 1,000 cavalry to spread out on the flanks in case Beiliang still had a backup plan. Although this possibility was not high, after all, under the premise that Beimang's million-man army was pressuring the border for the second time, especially since Hutu City had already lost its strategic importance. Under normal circumstances, Beiliang's defensive line should have shrunk. It had to be known that in the first great battle of Liang Mang, not a single soldier from Beiliang had entered the Longyang Plains. Now, they should not have come here to seek their own deaths. However, as one of the main generals of the Dong family army, the battle that made Agudamu famous was when he followed Dong Zhuo in the early years to fight a series of elusive raids. At the time, he had beaten the Liang army, which had the advantage at the time, to the point that they were unable to make ends meet. This directly led to Liang annexing the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn, when their momentum was at its peak, to the failure of the first battle outside the Great Pass where they almost broke through the Beimang court like a hot knife through butter. Dong Zhuo, with the strength of 1 man and 1 army, turned the tide. From then on, he was seen as the most handsome eagle by the people of the grassland and had a meteoric rise in the southern court. Therefore, Agudamu, who had been influenced by what he saw and heard, knew better than any other Norland general the principle that all was fair in war. When Li Hanlin saw Beimang's 8,000 cavalrymen turn around and retreat without any hesitation, Wei Mushing, who had been leading a group of crossbowmen and patiently watching from the sidelines, knew that it was finally time for him to go all out and kill the enemy. If he didn't fight now, when would he? When he brushed shoulders with Li Hanlin, who was covered in blood, Wei Mushing didn't say anything. He clasped his hands together and saluted him on horseback. As for the young lieutenant whose helmet was nowhere to be found, he only responded with a smile and didn't say anything. This young military general whose reputation had soared to the point where even the Northern Mang Empress had personally mentioned him had messy hair, congealed blood, and mixed with a lot of yellow sand. The iron armor he wore was even filled with blade scars of varying depths. This young man, who had always been called the most handsome White Horse lieutenant by his subordinates outside Liangzhou's 3 White Horse crossbowmen, had always been called the most handsome White Horse lieutenant in history. He had always been called Sun Ji and Wei Mushing, but even if both of them were put together, they still couldn't compare to him. And this young cavalry general, who had once been notorious in his hometown, suddenly turned around and looked at Wei Mushing's back. He shouted, "Old Wei, if you can't hold on, then run with me. Don't fight to the death. Don't King die." Wei Mushing didn't turn around. It was as if he didn't hear, or as if he heard but didn't want to reply. This lieutenant was only leading the troops to bring up the rear. It wasn't only to allow Li Hanlin's troops to leave the battlefield, it was also to buy time for Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry to rush to the battlefield. Wei Mushing and the 300 cavalry under his command were valiant and fearless in stopping the momentum of the Beimang cavalry's charge. The cavalry of Beimang that had truly entered the battlefield was still around 3,000. And Dong Zhuo's private army had always been the strongest in terms of military strength in Beimang's southern border army. Therefore, in this battle, no matter how brave and skilled Wei Mushing's troops were, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. It was just that when Wei Mushing led his personal crossbowmen into the enemy cavalry formation, not hesitating to use 300 cavalry to disrupt the formation of 3,000 cavalry, even some of the slow-witted Beimang cavalry generals realized that something was wrong. The logical action of bringing up the rear should be to fight as they retreated, using the slow deaths of a few cavalry to buy a chance for the army to survive. It shouldn't be such a crazy and suicidal attitude. After Agudamu chopped off the head of a crossbowman, he casually slanted his blade and sliced off the entire shoulder of another crossbowman. He couldn't hide his fear as he roared, "Pass down the order. Have the cavalry on the 2 wings send out scouts to scout the situation. 5 li, they have to run at least 5 li. These King Bailiang barbarians definitely have reinforcement. Central Army, slow down. After finishing off these 300 cavalry, quickly reorganize the formation. Just as Agudamu realized that something was amiss and came up with a countermeasure, he realized that he was still too late. Chapter 1791. It was not that the Dong family's 8,000 cavalry did not have a crow's nest, it was just that there were not many of them. Most of them had followed Yelu Chutsai to participate in the hunt. Furthermore, Agudamu also believed that in the hinterland of the Longyang Plains, even if the Bailiang light cavalry of Liu Ya and Fuling came to set up an ambush, they would not be able to do it quietly, nor would they be able to let their own scouts slip past them. However, this accomplished generals would not be able to guess that the reinforcements from Bailiang were the White Feather Guards, who were famous for their speed in battle. In the first battle of Liang Mang, Baimang's Chong cavalry was seen as the most similar existence to that light cavalry. Unfortunately, the Chong cavalry encountered the Dragon Elephant cavalry without warning and completely lost the ability to maneuver. Thus, they were lost in a battle of attrition. Even the Emperor of Baimang was heartbroken afterwards, thinking that not only did they lose 10,000 soldiers at the border, they also lost the most precious fighting force to counter the White Feather Cavalry in the future. Lin Fu and Yelu Chutsai stopped their horses behind the 8,000 cavalry and finally had a chance to catch their breath. The two looked up and saw that the dust in the distance was gradually rising. They were both experienced cavalry generals, and roughly estimated that there were at least 8,000 cavalry. Lin Fu hastily bandaged the wound on his cheek, his words were unclear, and his eyes were gloomy. These lunatics, they really dare to fight to the death. With the help of his retainer, Yelu Chutsai had already pulled out the arrow nailed into his armor. His face was indifferent as he said, "Although I don't know which Bailiang cavalry it is, since they dared to come here, they must not be weak. General Lin, what do you say next? In any case, I will not leave. These 8,000 cavalry are all of my brother-in-law's cavalry. If they are lost here today, he will be heartbroken, and I will not have the face to see him." Lin Fu's expression was uncertain. He turned his head and looked at the few black fox bars that could be counted on one hand. In the end, he said, both sides have 10,000 men fighting each other. If I die, it will not change the course of the battle. General Liu's 20 years of hard work will all be wasted. Lin Fu, this person who made the arrangements at Liangmang's border affect everything, or perhaps it could be said that he was the main culprit behind the complete annihilation of Northern Mang's most elite Ma Lanzi army, said in self-mockery, "Once I leave, General Yelu should know that this is even worse than dying in a grand battle on the Dragon Eye Plains." Yelu Chutsai nodded and said, "If you die like this, His Majesty can't find someone to behead you. He can only vent his anger on General Liu." Lin Fu suddenly ignored the stinging pain in his wound and his expression became ferocious. If that old turtle Murong Baoding is willing to boldly send out his troops, together with Hong Jingyan's Ruran cavalry, it will be a great military achievement. Yelu Chutsai sighed with emotion. Our Baimang's territory is too vast, and we have too many soldiers. Unfortunately, in this way, there are many mountains, and the forces are intertwined. In the end, we are not as united as the Bailiang. Lin Fu sighed and left the battlefield. After the dozen or so cavalry had galloped for 30 li, Lin Fu suddenly saw a pleasant surprise. He urged his horse forward and soon saw an unexpected but reasonable person. The leader of the Ruran cavalry, the #1 martial arts master of the chess and sword music school, Hong Jingyan, who was born with a vision. Lin Fu rode his horse to Hong Jingyan's side and laughed heartily. "General Hong, you are willing to send out your troops this time. The heavens are helping our grassland. Bailiang has more than 10,000 cavalry that have already reached the heart of the Dragon Eye Plains. General Hong will definitely not return empty-handed." Unexpectedly, Hong Jingyan sneered. "It's true that we won't return empty-handed, but it's hard to say whether we'll be collecting military achievements or collecting corpses. Do you really think that Bailiang only has the courage to send 10,000 cavalry into the Dragon Eye Plains?" Lin Fu was stunned and then shocked. He was still unwilling to give up and said through gritted teeth, "General Hong, have you persuaded Murong Baoding to send out his troops as well? If he enters the Dragon Eye Plains, no matter how many backup plans Bailiang has, they will not be able to escape death." Hong Jingyan gave a strange smile and did not comment. He led the 6,000 Ruran iron cavalry to the battlefield. At the same time, compared to Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry, the Iron Stupa had actually left earlier. This elite cavalry of Liangju was between heavy cavalry and light cavalry. The general leading them was one of Xu Xiao's adopted sons, Qi Dangua. Dressed in heavy armor, Qi Dangua took the lead. Since ancient times, when a general went to war, there would always be a banner behind him. The banner bearers were all fierce generals in the army. Thus, they were known as the banner bearers who had the most strength. Beiliang cavalry was the best in the world. If one counted from the time Xu Xiao led 800 old soldiers out of Liaodong, the well-known banner bearer, Wang Jian, who was known as the enemy of 10,000 people, died at the gates of Yiqiu. Chen Qiong died in the Battle of Jinlia. This person had another identity. He was the father of the king of Shu, Chen Zhibao. These two died on the battlefield without even seeing the shadow of a marquis or general. After that, Wang Lingquan returned to his hometown and became the richest man in Qingju. Now, he was the father-in-law of the new king of Liang. It could be said that he had a good ending. Next was Qi Dangua. After entering Beiliang, his official position was not prominent. He was only a rank 4 military officer. This time, when Qi Dangua requested to lead the Iron Stupas to attack the Dragon Eye Plains, no one in the northern Liang protectorate from top to bottom was willing to agree. This was especially true of Chu Lushan. Even the commander of the cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, upon hearing this news, urgently wrote a letter to the protectorate, requesting that Chu Lushan absolutely not allow Qi Dangua to lead his troops into battle. The 6,000 iron Buddhas were not good at long-distance raids, and the Qingyuan military town, which was connected to the west gate of Liangju and Liuju, needed an elite cavalry to guard it, and the Qidong state needed to appear in the biggest battlefield in the future. Qi Dangua understood all of these reasons. However, he, who had missed the first battle of Liang Mang, felt that he had let down his adoptive father. He had let down the respected woman who beat the drum at the West Wall. He had let down Mr. Li, who had exhausted himself in the Tide Listening Pavilion, and he had let down his adoptive father's eldest son. Among Xu Xiao's 6 adoptive sons, the 2 who had been sentenced to death seemed to be the closest to Xu Xiao Royal Highness. Chu Lushan was the most flattering and optimistic about his Royal Highness. Chen Zhibao and Yuan Zuozong had always looked on coldly. Qi Dangua was the only one who didn't talk much with that young man and didn't interact much. However, he loved that child from the bottom of his heart. Even though that young man became more and more promising, and even became a martial arts grandmaster that Qi Dangua could only look at from afar, in Qi Dangua's heart, he always felt that that child needed his care. Over the years, Xu Fengnian had become more and more mature and had attracted more and more attention. However, while Qi Dangua was proud, he was also a little disappointed. When he drank alone, he felt more and more that he was old and useless. That year, when he heard that His Royal Highness had returned to Liangju after 3 years of traveling, it was he, Qi Dangua, who led the cavalry out of the city to welcome him. Qi Dangua resolutely led his army to the Longyang Plains. Behind him were 6,000 Tai Futu soldiers from the Manjia camp, one of the old barracks. 6 lieutenants and more than 20 Jiwei in the army, all of the Tai Futu soldiers, from top to bottom, were willing to fight to the death. The Manjia camp was now fully equipped with armor and weapons. It did not lose to the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry. However, a long time ago, it was not fully equipped. At the very beginning, Xu Xiao's army was often lacking in provisions and soldiers. It was a dream to equip a battalion with armor. It could be said that the Manjia camp was an old battalion that Xu Xiao had placed too much hope in. Before Qi Dangua left, he left a letter in the military tent. "I can die after my adoptive father, but I will not die after His Royal Highness." For some reason, at the end of the letter, Qi Dangua still referred to the new Prince of Liang, Hsu Fengnian, who had already won the respect of both sides of Liang Mang, as His Royal Highness. When Qi Dangua could already see the smoke rising from the distant battlefield, this fierce general of Beiliang suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, Iron Buddhas, originally had the Manjia camp. Now that I have the Manjia camp, what should we do?" The 6,000 cavalry roared in unison, "Fight to the death." Approaching the battlefield, Chi Dangwa shouted, "Raise your spears." The yellow sand of the desert, the clanging of armor. The Manjia camp was fully equipped. Chapter 1792. Before Beiliang's white horse crossbowman Captain Wei Mushing died in battle, he didn't get to see Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry arrive with his own eyes. However, his unwavering determination won Yuan Nanting's cavalry an unimaginable advantage. This was because when two cavalry armies were of equal strength, the one who made the first move would usually win. Liang Mang and Wei Mushing had been fighting on the border for almost 20 years. They knew each other well. The grassland cavalry was most adept at hunting and feinting. They had once wiped out a total of 200,000 elite cavalry at the border during the last years of the Dafeng dynasty in 2 battles. However, now that they were up against the Beiliang cavalry that could be said to be the best in Liang in terms of war horses, weapons, and battle formations, the Beimang cavalry didn't dare to pay the price of loosening their formation in an attempt to tear apart the enemy's great formation. They then successfully divided the battlefield and formed an overwhelming advantage in many areas before wantonly nibbling away. It should be known that this wasn't a battle between nomads and farmers in the ordinary sense. It wasn't like the Central Plains army could only rely on tall cities or heavy armored infantry formations to resist the grassland cavalry that came and went like the wind. This was a true battle of cavalry against cavalry. This was why Beimang had viewed Beiliang as a major threat for the past 20 years, to the extent that the Taiping emperor insisted on taking down Beiliang first before swallowing up the Central Plains. One of the words of this imperial preceptor of Beimang was widely spread: "As long as you grit your teeth and take down the 4 prefectures of Beiliang, the 30 prefectures of the Central Plains would be as easy as turning your hand." Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry suddenly appeared from the flank of Dongzhuo's private cavalry, spreading out an extremely long front line. Beiliang cavalry had a habit of using heavy crossbows and light feathered arrows. However, this white feather guard could be said to be an exception. Every one of them carried a quiver with white feathers inserted into it, and they were long bows on horseback. Years ago, when the old emperor of Liang traveled to Beiliang's border, the cavalry that Butcher Xu Xiao led had participated in the martial arts training with the White Feather Guard. It was said that when the old emperor raised his head and saw the sky full of white feathered arrows shooting towards the north, he sighed from the bottom of his heart, "I never thought that I would be able to experience the scene of snow in the middle of summer. How magnificent!" The commander of the Dong family's private cavalry, Agudamu, galloped on his horse, roaring repeatedly as he gave out orders. One after another. However, the number of Beimang cavalry that could truly achieve this could be counted on one's fingers. The reason why Liu Gui was able to be highly regarded by the Beimang empress and earned the reputation of being half of Xu Xiao was because Liu Gui's cavalry was the most meticulous in battle, and it was the most similar to Beiliang's cavalry. Therefore, they would definitely win a battle, and even if they lost, they would definitely not lose a great battle. Other than Liu Gui's cavalry, Dongzhuo's infantry and Helian Wuwei's Shihe army could also be considered too. As for Dongzhuo's cavalry, it was enough to make the knowledgeable people of Beimang wring their hands and sigh. Due to their outstanding military achievements, they were later restricted by the nobles of the Beimang royal court, to the extent that they had no choice but to deliberately suppress the number of cavalry to around 10,000. The reason why Huang Songpu quietly left his post seemed to be due to the series of unsuccessful battles in the tiled gentleman's pavilion, but it might not necessarily have nothing to do with the bold and decisive reform of the Southern Court's cavalry. The Beimang Prairie's Puritans and the Southern Court's elders and tycoons all viewed him as having ulterior motives and recklessly tampering with the foundation of his ancestors. On the other hand, the newly appointed Xie Zhemo, Zhong Tan, did not receive too much criticism from the royal court after the various reforms he displayed during the Huluku siege. Other than the grassland needing to establish a hero, how could Zhong Tan's identity as a Beimang military general not be a protective talisman? The 10,000 white feather guards that had rested for a short period of time before charging were the first to draw their bows and shoot out. The arrows were like a snowstorm that covered the sky and covered the sun. The hastily arranged formation of Dongzhuo's private cavalry immediately had several hundred riders hit by the arrows and fell from their horses. However, the valiance of these 8,000 private cavalry were also fully displayed at this time. Agudamu and those Chiliarch's plans were not deviated in the slightest, their formation gradually unfolding, preventing the White Feather Guards from forming an arc of encirclement that was most advantageous for the horses to shoot at. However, the Bailiang's border cavalry that had taken the initiative did not stop there. Instead, they began to change their formation, displaying the outstanding mobility of the White Feather Light Cavalry to the extreme. As a result, a magnificent scene appeared on the battlefield unknowingly. The 10,000 White Feather Light Cavalry not only did not purposely pursue the thickness of the Central Army's formation, but instead suddenly increased their speed on the left and right flanks during the charge. The cavalry formation that had previously been one in an arc imperceptibly turned into two parallel flood dragons. Agudamu's cavalry had previously been divided into three groups. The 2,000 cavalry that had encountered the White Feather Light Cavalry first were immediately trapped between the two armies. The Dong family's main cavalry that was closely connected to this cavalry army that was attacked from both sides did not slow down in the slightest under Agudamu's personal leadership. They did not continue to charge forward. Otherwise, even if they managed to charge out of this corridor, they would definitely leave behind more than 1,000 corpses. Agudamu did not hesitate to turn his horse around, leading the Central Army to charge towards the enemy formation in the south. At the same time, he ordered the 2,000 cavalry at the rear to entangle the northern cavalry at all costs. Agudamu, whose military strength was slightly inferior, clearly wanted to use the lives of his 2,000 cavalry to stall for time. He wanted to use the 6,000 Dong family's private cavalry to take down 5,000 White Feather Guards. Firstly, this was a helpless action after losing the initiative. Secondly, the formation of the White Feather Light Cavalry had an innate weakness, which was that the vanguard was long and the formation was weak. It could not withstand the brute force of 6,000 cavalry. This kind of 6,000 cavalry against 5,000 cavalry, the advantage was not as simple as having 1,000 more people. Fast. After the two cavalry armies came into contact, the essence of both armies was speed. This kind of speed was not only limited to the speed of the warhorse's charge, not only the speed of the cavalry's arrows, but also the speed of the cavalry's changes in response to the situation. However, since the founding of the Great Qin Empire, there were very few Confucian generals at the border who were both well-read and adept at war. Even if there were, they were mostly accomplished in defending the border but were powerless in expanding the borders. As a result, throughout the dynasties, from the Great Feng dynasty to the Spring and Autumn Northern Han to the present-day Liang, there were only a few famous officials who were bestowed with the title of Xiong. The character Xiong implied that the land was filled with virtue and the armor was filled with hard work. The Central Plains had been divided and united for 800 years. During the civil wars, there was no lack of generals who had rendered meritorious service in destroying countries. Logically speaking, it was not excessive to give them the character Xiong. However, the founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty, who was the first to receive the title of Xiong, once said that only those who raised their whip across the desert could receive the character Xiong. Since then, the successive monarchs had this tacit understanding. The word Xiong was hard to come by. The Great Feng dynasty had too many bloody precedents to learn from. At its peak, the Great Feng dynasty was said to have 800,000 horses. Even at the end of its decline, it still had 200,000 border cavalry. However, there were two generals in succession, one old and one young. The old man was an experienced general with splendid military achievements, while the young man was an armchair strategist. In the end, both of them lost their reputations under the hooves of the grassland cavalry. In the end, half of the Central Plains was brought to disaster. A large part of the reason was that in a true large-scale cavalry battle, opportunities were always fleeting. However, as soon as the situation deteriorated, the army would definitely be defeated. The historical records of the Central Plains were always vague about the grassland cavalry. They were just repeating the same old words over and over again. It wasn't until Liang established the Central Plains and suffered 3 consecutive defeats at the border that they had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. It was only after Jiyu Zhentang took charge of the Ministry of War that they truly began to study the tactics of the grassland cavalry in detail. After that, Some of the imperial court generals who were interested in military achievements began to realize that the reason why the grassland cavalry was able to bring disaster for hundreds of years and invade the south every few days was not as simple as just being born familiar with archery and horses. Regardless of whether the Liang imperial court admitted it or not, it was hard for the officials in the imperial court to not rejoice in their hearts. Luckily, the Zhao family still had the cavalry army that had almost emptied the dynasty's northwest foundation. With the 300,000 armored cavalry intimidating the Beimang barbarians, the Central Plains was able to win close to 20 years of recuperation. Only then did they have the confidence to declare that they would fight the grassland cavalry outside the country's gates. Following Agudamu's change in formation, the White Feather Light Cavalry also began to change. The 5,000 light cavalry in the north began to quietly split up. Half of them headed toward the 2,000 Dong family private cavalry behind Beimang, while the other half began to follow the main force of Beimang to the south. They did not give the enemy a chance to create an advantage in terms of military strength. Instead, they continued to maintain absolute suppression of the Dong family's main force. If Agudamu could see everything before and after, he would definitely be shocked at the terrifying tacit understanding between the captains of the northern White Feather Light Cavalry. There was no communication between them at all. However, the cavalry formation was formed so quietly. This required a sense of smell, courage, and trust. Not a single one could be missing. The White Feather Guard was once the direct line of troops under Wei Fuqing, one of the four fangs of Beiliang. Wei Fuqing was one of Chen Jibao's two great generals. After Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongzhao left for Shu without bringing a single soldier, the Iron Stupa of Chidong continued to be the Iron Stupa. Yuan Nanting, a veteran of the Lotus Seed Camp, took over the White Feather Light Cavalry. The former was Xu Xiao's adopted son, and his loyalty to the Shu family was unquestionable. On the other hand, Yuan Nanting's factional colors were extremely faint. He had once respectfully sent off His Royal Highness, HSU Fengnian, to the capital with Lin Dofang and several hundred other old men of Beiliang. Following the succession of HSU Fengnian, the Beiliang Frontier Army also naturally changed dynasties. If one were to say that the Iron Stupa and White Feather Guard, who had a deep relationship with Chen Jibao, did not feel uncomfortable or stifled inside, no one would believe it. As a result, when Yuan Nanting left for the Longyang Plains, almost all of the 10,000 White Feather Light Cavalry cheered to their heart's content. Killing the enemy on the battlefield was much better than being cooped up outside Liangju Pass and suffering the supercilious looks of the other armies. It had to be known that the first battle of Liang Mang had been so bitter that even the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and two heavy cavalry troops that had been in hiding for many years had been mobilized. They were all from the Shu family's headquarters, the Iron Stupa and White Feather Guard. In the end, they didn't even see the Beimang barbarians. How could they not be stifled? Could they not hear some strange words? Chapter 1793. This time, Yuan Nanting had gone to the Huayang Pass Protectorate to discuss matters. He had practically slammed the table and glared at Chu Lushan, saying that if this battle did not belong to the White Feather Light Cavalry, then he really would not have the face to go back and be a general. He might as well stay in the Protectorate and be a Bulsh*T advisor. Sensing the movements of the White Feather Light Cavalry behind him, Agudamu immediately felt his scalp go numb. He angrily roared, "Break the formation with me." Yuan Nanting, as a major third-rank general, was the same as all the other generals of the Beiliang Frontier Army. On the battlefield, they all wore the same type of armor as the soldiers. Of course, Yuan Nanting's personal cavalry was not lacking. This senior cavalry general, who was younger than He Zhonghu and the other founding members, and older than Yu Luandao and the other new nobles, could be said to be a typical example of the core generals of Beiliang. He had experienced the Spring and Autumn War, or it could be said that he had emerged at the end of the war, but he could not be considered to have stood out early. His official climb was only after the Shu family had been conferred the title of king and vassal in Beiliang. He had relied on the little bit of military service to climb up the ranks step by step. Similar people like Wei Fuqing, Dian Xiongchao, and Ninga Mei were mostly like this. However, the attainments of these people in the art of war could not be underestimated. Xu Xiao's words, "Any one of the Beiliang cavalry's captains can be thrown to the Central Plains to be a general of a province," were not completely joking. Under the protection of many iron armors, Yuan Nanting narrowed his eyes and looked over. The decisiveness of the Dong family's private cavalry general was somewhat unexpected. As for the response of the captains in the north under him, it was within reason. Yuan Nanting raised his arm and made a gesture. The Flood Dragon cavalry formation in the south began to bend and move towards the south collectively. However, the speed of the cavalry at the two ends was even faster. Although it seemed like they were facing the Dong family's main cavalry force and had adopted measures to avoid them, their true tactical intent was very direct and efficient. They wanted to let the 6,000 Beimang cavalry force miss their target in one spurt of energy while their own 5,000 cavalry, especially those in the middle, retreated as they fought. In the end, they formed an arc and cooperated with the 3,000 White Feather Light cavalry in the north to chase after the enemy in the north. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, slowly cutting flesh with a knife, slowly exhausting the spirit of these 6,000 cavalry. In this battle of 2,000 cavalry against 2,000 cavalry, no matter who won or lost, it would not change the outcome of Dongzhuo's main cavalry force being annihilated. The White Feather Light cavalry cunningly avoided battle. Agudamu, who wanted to end the battle quickly, gnashed his teeth in hatred but could do nothing. The feeling of not being able to hit the opponent despite using all his strength was simply maddening. It was not that the opponent was not strong enough and was afraid to fight, but that they were too fast. All of them were Beiliang B-class warhorses, all of them were dressed in light armor and had abandoned their spears and lances, only carrying sabers and bows. Even if a flaw appeared in their hastily changed formation, as the opponent, the Dong family cavalry, could not catch it even if they saw it. On the battlefield, only the grassland cavalry could make the Central Plains infantry feel as if they were stuck in mud. The only thing that could make the Beimang cavalry, especially the elite troops of the Dong family's private cavalry, feel as if they were in a swamp was probably this top-class light cavalry among the many Beiliang cavalry forces. However, Yuan Nanting, who was confident of victory, did not let his guard down. In fact, several crossbowmen on white horses had already arrived at the periphery of the arc formation, telling him that there were 6,000 Ruran cavalry reinforcements coming from the north. They would arrive in an hour at the slowest and would be personally led by the martial arts evaluation grandmaster, Hong Jingyan. Yuan Nanting, who had not stopped his horse from beginning to end, looked at the young faces, especially the one in the middle whose armor was covered in blood. He smiled and asked, "You must be the White Horse Commandant, Li Hanlin?" That rider nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I am." Yuan Nanting smiled and felt a mixture of emotions. The eldest son of the Dao administrator of Beiliang, Li Gongda, had actually risen to the position of the most precious crossbowman commandant through actual combat at the borders. The young people these days were truly impressive. Their drive was not inferior to that of these old men when they were young, and might even surpass them. It must be known that these old men were barefooted and were not afraid of wearing shoes. Therefore, they were not afraid of anything. They would not lose out if they died, but profit if they lived. They were not like the current group of young people in the Beiliang Frontier Army. This Liangzhou's White Horse Commandant Li Hanlin, Liuzhou's General Ku Jianghuai, and Yochi's General Yu Luandao, who came from a prestigious family in the Central Plains, could be said to be people who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. If they were in the Central Plains, they would probably spend every night indulging in debauchery, so why would they be willing to roll around in a pile of corpses? Yuan Nanting inadvertently caught a glimpse of the heads near the saddles of these three riders. As an old general who was used to seeing his fellow soldiers die in battle, he took a deep breath and said, "Commandant Li, I have already received news that Chidang's 6,000 cavalry are approaching. They will not enter the battlefield any later than Hong Jingyan's Ruran cavalry. After this, you crossbowmen can withdraw from the battlefield. Don't try to be brave. You are already the last of our Beiliang scouts. I cannot bear to see you die. Therefore, you and Wei Musheng should quickly clean up the battlefield in half an hour. If I see you all alone here after the Iron Stupa and Ruran cavalry arrive, I will chase you all out of the crossbowmen, even if you are lucky enough not to die in battle." Li Hanlin, who had cupped his fist and accepted the order, finally said in a hoarse voice, "Wei Musheng has already died in battle." Yuan Nanting was stunned for a moment and remained silent. Yuan Nanting looked at the backs of the three young riders. At that moment, a thought surfaced in the old general's mind. There were 300,000 tombstones in the back of Mount Qingliang. How could he allow the names of young people to continue to increase? Yuan Nanting turned to look at the 6 or 7 riders in his retinue. Compared to the usual valiant cavalry, there was a slight difference in their demeanor. That sort of composure was not only due to their outstanding martial prowess that they stood out from the crowd, but also because they had a distant aura of the Jianghu. Yuan Nanting smiled and said, "Experts of the Whispering Chamber, you have all heard the news. It's not good. It's that great Grandmaster Hong Jingyan who has arrived." An old man in light armor who had been meditating all this time stroked the sword at his waist and said indifferently, "In short, we can't let General Yuan die in front of us." On the battlefield in the heart of the Longyang Plains, Dongzhuo's main force of 6,000 cavalry was in dire straits. The 8,000 white feather light cavalry that Yuan Nanting personally commanded were increasingly at ease as they constantly reaped the heads of the enemy. The 2,000 cavalry under the command of Wu Yalanzi, Yelu Chucai, were engaged in a fierce battle with the white feather light cavalry. Neither side showed any signs of defeat. The 6,000 iron stupas of Qi Dang and the 6,000 Ruran cavalry that Hong Jingyan had left without permission met by chance and arrived on the battlefield at almost the same time. The two armored torrents clashed head-on. The Ruran cavalry wanted to save the remaining 3,000 or so soldiers of the Dong clan, so they charged straight at Yuan Nanting's 6,000 cavalry. The iron stupas circled around the battlefield of Liang Mang's two light cavalry forces on the left flank. Light cavalry against light cavalry, heavy cavalry against heavy cavalry. The 6,000 iron stupas of Qi Dang were in the center of the front line. One man, one horse, and one spear led the charge. Of the 6 adopted sons of the old Prince Liang Shuxiao, Chen Zhibao was a dazzling figure. His military exploits were numerous, and he was the center of attention of the world. The reputation of the white-clothed war saint was obtained by stepping on the corpse of the spring and autumn armory Yi Baikue. Although he had betrayed Beiliang and was a vassal of Western Shu, it did not diminish his reputation. Chu Lushan, although infamous in the Central Plains, was destined to leave his name in the annals of history. Afterwards, in the hinterland of Beimang, it was he who stopped Dongzhuo from winning 12 battles in a row. Not only was he and the king of the old south courtyard of Beimang known as the Northern Dong of Southern Chu, he was also seen as the victim of Dongzhuo, the great master of the art of war in Beimang. Yuan Zhuozong won the Battle of the Princess Tomb. Even the people of West Chu felt it was inconceivable. After the battle, historians and strategists thought highly of him. If it were not for Yuan Baixiong, the Liang army that Xu Xiao put together would not have had the chance to fight in the Battle of the Western Wall. Now, he would be the commander of Beiliang's cavalry. Yarou Jian and Yi Shizhen were also praised by the imperial court when they were alive. They were not only outstanding scholars, but also good at strategizing. If it were not for the fact that they lost their chastity in their later years, based on their friendship with the young king, it would not be difficult for them to become provincial governors of their respective provinces. Only Qi Dangguo was not only looked down upon by the Liang imperial court and the Central Plains officialdom, but also rarely mentioned in Beiliang. He was not even as famous as Ninga Mei, a young and strong general. Even his promotion to the Iron Buddha was seen as a nepotism by the new King Liang. It had nothing to do with Qi Dangguo's military talent. Even the people of Mount Qingliang who were familiar with the affairs of the Shu family did not think much of Qi Dangguo, a general who was brave but not astute. The thing that this person was best at in his life was probably carrying the Shu flag and following behind the butcher. His greatest achievement in his life was inexplicably becoming Xu Xiao's adopted son. Mediocre talent, no reputation, and little military merit. This was Qi Dangguo. Before Yarou Jian and Yi Shizhen died, Chu Lushan did not want to help speak, and Yuan Zhuozong did not want to plead for mercy. Only Qi Dangguo's reverse scale spoke up. At the time, Beiliang Governor-General Chen Zhibao chose to leave Beiliang alone. Chu Lushan was indifferent, Yuan Zhuozong coldly looked on from the side, and Qi Dangguo secretly urged him to stay. But in the end, Chen Zhibao did not stay. How could a person who tried to smooth things over when he should not have done so, win the respect of Beiliang, Which valued military merit the most? Qi Dangwa ran his spear through the chest of a centurion of the Ruran cavalry. With a furious roar, he continued to charge forward. Not only did he bring the corpse of the centurion to the back of his horse, his blood-soaked spear once more stabbed into the chest of another horseman behind him. Unstoppable. With Qi Dangwa as the arrowhead, the cavalry formation of the Ruran cavalry was like a hot knife through butter. On the battlefield on either side of Qi Dangwa, 200 cavalry from each side had been killed in almost an instant. If someone was unlucky enough to fall off their horse, they would not be beheaded like in a battle of light cavalry. Instead, they would be trampled to death by a charge from the enemy's war horse. There was no chance of survival. In a battle of cavalry, falling off a horse meant death. 4,000 Ruran cavalry entered the formation, leaving 2,000 cavalry to watch from afar. In this vast battlefield, they seemed completely out of place. Chapter 1794. When Yelu Chutsai saw this scene, he brushed away an arrow that the Northern Liang light cavalry captain had shot at his face. He quickly left the battlefield alone and came to the 2,000 cavalry that were as immovable as a mountain. He said angrily to the indifferent man who was watching the fire from the other side of the river, Hong Jingyan, "Why did you leave us in the lurch?" The man with a pair of snow-white eyes stared at this noble relative of the imperial family and asked in return, "How did I leave you in the lurch? Were the 4,000 Ruran cavalry not saving people?" Yelu Chutsai laughed in anger and pointed his sword at this martial arts master who had once competed with his brother-in-law for the title of king of the southern courtyard. "At this point, you still want to preserve your strength? What, after losing to the Bailiang cavalry at the mouth of the gorge last time, you want to rely on these 2,000 cavalry to escape?" Hong Jingyan pursed his lips. "From the beginning, I never thought that you and Lin Fu could succeed. I took the risk to come here because I didn't want you, Yelu Chutsai, to die here in vain. Of course, this time, hundreds of the White Horse crossbowmen returned alive, but you all died. When the time comes, His Majesty will definitely settle the score. Murong Baoding is surnamed Murong after all, he is not afraid of being held accountable. I, Hong Jingyan, am alone and weak. Although it is reasonable for me to bide my time, there are some things where reason is more important than reason. That is why I am here. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do than come here to join in the fun?" Hong Jingyan stared at the exasperated, burly general and said sarcastically, "Military merits. Do you and Lin Fu have your so-called military merits here?" He shifted his gaze to the battlefield in the distance and sneered, "If your Black Crow fence and Black Fox fence died in vain, then wouldn't my 4,000 elite cavalry have died in vain?" Yelu Chutsai flew into a rage out of humiliation, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He covered his mouth with his hand and stared hatefully at the leader of the Ruran cavalry. Hong Jingyan said flatly, "Yelu Chutsai, remember, there are immortals on land in the Jianghu, but there are no immortals on the battlefield who can reverse heaven and earth. So your brother-in-law's 8,000 cavalry died here, which is the general trend. I, Hong Jingyan, am only responsible for bringing you back alive to the imperial court. As for the rest, don't hope, and you have no right to hope." Yelu Chutsai did not turn around but pointed his sword at the battlefield behind him. "Don't you want to take the head of the third-rank Iron Buddha General Qi Dangwa? His head was enough to make you, Hong Jingyan, a marquis. Qi Dangwa is Xu Xiao's adopted son." Hong Jingyan smiled mockingly, as if he did not care to speak. It was only then that Yelu Chu straightened his back and released his blood-stained palm. Looking at the exceptionally valiant Ruran cavalry behind Hong Jingyan, he laughed and said, "You barbarians who came from the Ruran mountains, to have such a cowardly master is truly a blessing in disguise. You can forget about achieving any military exploits in the future, but I am not afraid of dying on the battlefield." The Ruran cavalry's chiliarchs had unfriendly eyes and were itching to attack. Hong Jingyan raised his arm and stopped the chiliarchs from drawing their swords. Gently holding the reins of his warhorse, he looked into the distance and smiled. "Yelu Chutsai, I have to say, you are far inferior to that slippery brother-in-law of yours. He, is only one surname inferior to your idiotic brother-in-law. What a pity." For some reason, Yelu Chutsai suddenly calmed down. He turned his head to look at the fighting in the south, and then at the comparatively peaceful north. This young military general who was born high and mighty as Hong Jingyan had said, this rising star of Northern Mang's younger generation who had already become a 10,000-man commander at such a young age, said to Hong Jingyan with a calm expression, "I don't need you to save me. However, I beg you of one thing. Hong Jingyan, take away as many Dong family cavalry as you can. If you agree, then I will apologize to you for the disgraceful words I said earlier." Hong Jingyan, who was not in a hurry to make a promise, asked curiously, "Then you?" Yelu Chutsai's eyes were resolute, with a stubbornness that the men of the grasslands were all too familiar with. "My brother-in-law said that in business, one must be willing to part with capital. I will follow your 4,000 Ruran cavalry to the end. How many Dong cavalry you can save with my life, Hong Jingyan, is up to you. How about it?" Hong Jingyan narrowed his eyes, and finally nodded slowly. Yelu Chutsai turned his horse around with an indifferent expression, his back facing Hong Jingyan. He said softly, "I am a person who is about to die. There are some things that I have said, but don't take your anger out on the other men of the Dong clan. In the end, you were not willing to personally act today, and did not dare to kill that Chi Dangwa. Is it not because you are afraid that in the future, you will be pursued and killed by that young vassal king on the battlefield? But I feel that if it was Tuoba standing here, he would definitely act." A cold killing intent flashed through Hong Jingyan's eyes. But in the end, Hong Jingyan smiled and said, "Don't worry and die. Perhaps I will personally avenge you." Yelu Chutsai went to his death. As he urged his horse forward, he smiled. This young man thought of the little girl called Dao Manwu by his brother-in-law's side. He thought of the song that she often hummed. He had once tried to hum along with the little girl and her sister, but his brother-in-law had laughed and scolded him that it was worse than the snorting of a war horse. After that, he resentfully stopped making things difficult for himself. The grass grows next year, the wild geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year, will young master return? The green grass grows on the green flagstones, the azure-clothed man hums a tune from Jinling on the green flagstone bridge. Whose daughter lowers her head and smiles? The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind blows next year, will my wife be here? The yellow flowers of the yellow river flow, the yellow flowers of the yellow river city bloom with yellow butterflies. Whose son's saber is in its scabbard? Yelu Chutsai glanced at the battle saber in his hand that had 2 cracks. He raised his head and laughed out loud, "The wild geese go and come back. I, young master, will not be returning this year." Behind him, Hong Jingyan's horse and the 2,000 Ruran cavalry remained motionless. Hong Jingyan did not care about a dead person's last words, but he cared greatly about the dead person's unintentional words. If it were Tuoba, he would definitely kill Chi Dangwa today. Back then, when Hsu Fengnian traveled to Beimang in an out-of-body state, he passed by the Ruran Mountains. In that golden wheat field, Hong Jingyan avoided the battle. Back then, Hong Jingyan believed that his choice was not wrong. He wanted the martial way and the world to be his. He wanted both. He wanted to walk further and higher than Tuoba, be it in the pugilistic world or the imperial court. Hence, there was no need for him to let his emotions affect his decisions. He wanted to fight a person who was bound to die and suffer great losses. However, Hong Jingyan did not expect that the knot in his heart that should have been undone after Hsu Fengnian died at Wang Xianji's hands, would become more and more obstructive to his martial way realm after Wang Xianji, that old man from Martial Emperor City, failed to kill that Shu guy. Hong Jingyan exhaled softly. His naturally snow-white eyes stared blankly at the blue sky. There were no clouds in the sky. This great grandmaster, who was once viewed by Beimang as having the greatest hope of surpassing Tuoba, told himself in his heart that to sharpen his state of mind, he would start by killing Chi Dangwa. Hong Jingyan retracted his gaze and turned to give orders to the few Chiliarchs. He wanted the 2,000 Chiliarchs to rescue the Dong clan's cavalry that only had about 1,000 men left on the smallest battlefield. Then, they would return to their encampment. Although they did not understand, the Ruran cavalry who were born to obey orders obeyed the orders and began to charge. Hong Jingyan, who was patiently observing the situation on the battlefield, suddenly frowned. Then, he muttered to himself, "It's really heaven's perception. It seems that I made the right bet." Hong Jingyan turned to look to the east and sneered, "Hsu Fengnian, you are always going against the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is on my side, not yours." Hong Jingyan gently reined in his horse and slowly advanced. There was an extremely pleased smile on his face. On the 3 battlefields, the 2,000 White Feather Light Cavalry faced the 2,000 Dong Clan Private Cavalry. The casualties were roughly the same, with only half of their men left alive. The 2,000 Ruran Cavalry that were the last to be mobilized were also sent to reinforce this place. On the 2nd battlefield, the White Feather Light Cavalry led by Yuan Nanting had already secured victory. Dongzhuo's No. 1 Cavalry General, Agudamu, had personally killed more than 20 men before finally dying under the blade of a nameless Beiliang soldier. The 2,000 Dongzhuo cavalry that had been surrounded still did not surrender after the death of their commander. One person surrendered. On the final battlefield, where the situation was the most tragic, the 4,000 Ruran cavalry and 6,000 iron stupas had already penetrated each other's formations 3 times. Yelu Chutsai had died in battle. His corpse was recognized and his head was cut off. It was raised high on the battlefield by the iron stupa cavalry lieutenant. The Beiliang lieutenant who had done this had no joy on his face. There was only grief and indignation. What was the use of surrendered soldiers in the Battle of Liangmang? There were no surrendered soldiers. Perhaps if this battle had continued, for example, if the Beimang army had broken through Beifu city outside Liangju Pass and fought all the way into Beiliang's Dao territory, there might have been people willing to drag out an ignoble existence and surrender. For example, if the Beiliang cavalry had marched straight into the Southern Dynasty, there would still be people willing to live and not die. But these 2 situations would only appear after many people had died. If one did not personally go to the northwest border and personally witness the confrontation between the 2 armies, perhaps one would never understand the heroism of both sides. Thus, the greatest joke in the world was that there were very few people in the central plains of Liang who respected the 300,000 cavalry of Beiliang. On the other hand, Beimang, as their mortal enemy, no matter how deeply they hated the Beiliang frontier army, in the depths of many people's hearts, they would always view this army as an opponent worthy of respect. Hong Jingyan's horse leisurely galloped forward, as if quietly waiting for something. On the 3 battlefields, corpses were strewn across the ground and war horses whimpered. In the Jianghu, only those who were afraid of death would not easily die. On the battlefield, one could not be afraid of death.